Hello everybody, how are we doing? Get this screen real quick for you. And let's take a peek around the track. I'm Welpcakes, you're watching Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. 2 hours and 40 minutes in Nürburgring. Take a look, looks like Joseph Kostovich in the 949 Sim Racing McLaren's out on track, turning some laps. Got 20 minutes and 30 seconds in free practice before we go into the qualifying session. Looking at the data right now, looks like we got 19 on track for this one, which is awesome. Increasing numbers in the Endurance Championship, always a welcome sight. Hope everybody's doing good wherever you are, and thanks again for joining us. Actually, adjust my camera real quick. That is... Just got done moving, so all of my setup is wonky and all over the place. Shane Rees in the 949 UK Porsche, car 950 on track. Turning laps right now, 9th fastest time. Probably going to get the feel for that track, and times will start to come down for him. Right now, Salamoni is on top with the 56.250 in the Lexus. Coasty stopped on track. He's going to go back in the pits for a setup change, currently 6/10 off. So we got Salamoni, Kostovich, Engelman, top three right now, within 8/10 of Salamoni right now. Yeah, actually, pull up the link. We do have the pit wall live timing turned on for this, if you guys want to go take a peek. It's free to view. Oh, up to 20 cars for Nürburgring. How's it going, Dad? How are you doing? Let's get the game sound turned on. I am really not firing on all cylinders today. So let's just check out. Looks like Cronotis is out on track in the ETK K-Team BMW M4. Times are starting to come down for some of the competitors. Shane Rees already sliced about 2 seconds off of his previous fast lap. Currently 2.6 behind Salamoni. Waiting to see Cronotis punch time in the 4.2 M4 offering. Got a lot of friends from the Tracklicious 949 community families. We've also got some new faces I've never seen before. Well, I say I've never seen before. I met Mr. Mower last night in the 6.9 entry BMW M4. Getting used to streaming some ACC from what I see, from what I hear. Let's actually check and see if he's online. Is good old Mr. Mower doing some driving? So we'll give him a quick shout out. Don't see him. He might not be streaming this one so that he can have a more personal take. I have a new friend request. It's like it when I have friends on Twitch. Looks like everybody's in the box for the briefing. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. Really appreciate you stopping by for round 3 of the Winter Endurance Championship. I want to give a quick reminder to everybody. Be sure and check out the Tracklicious Discord. They do have the Winter Endurance or the Winter Championship series in both GT3 and GT4 going on right now. Those are a lot of fun to watch and participate in. Tracklicious Sim Racing's got a growing family over there. And actually some news since we last had a race around here. That up real quick. Give me one moment. Discord's being a bit of a pain. Apologies, folks. Wow, it is just straight up not letting me search. Okay, cool. That's dope. So, I'm going to go see if I can find that information from the channel. Nope, looks like I can't. So, I do know we have one car from the Tracklicious family that did end up winning the Bathurst 12-hour. So, mad congrats to those guys. I'm trying to find the post that covered it so that I can congratulate the drivers directly. But, so Tracklicious, the growing family in both the GT3 and GT4 and Endurance Series in ACC, also starting to dip their toes into iRacing and having some good quality success right out of the gates. I know they got some cars getting prepared for the 12 Hours of Sebring as well, so be sure and if you're not already following this channel, give it a follow. Going to be some more awesome endurance action later on. Those guys. Looks like we got cars back out on track. Ali Raza in the AMG 360 Motorsport going through NGK chicane right now. Let me pull up the... Yeah, picture-in-picture's working. Hey. Autopilot's just trolling me. It's just switching the camera around to exactly what I end up putting it on. So, we'll do it differently. See how that works out. Just gonna double check a bit more. Looks like the driver's still downstairs in the briefing channel. Probably doing a little bit of question and answer. So Salamone is still on top with that 56.250, but Engelman has sliced it down to within a tenth. Jay Provolone in the Audi entry, dirty 630, 2.1 off the pace. So we got a pocket of drivers that are sitting about 2 to 2.5 seconds, 2.8 seconds back. So real close mid-pack right now. Waiting to see some of them faster drivers like Jackson pump in some laps and see if anybody can really take the fight to Salamone. He's in the Lexus around here, and Nürburgring does have some tight, twisty complexes, but it is known more for being a power circuit than anything else. Actually, while we are waiting for more cars to come out on track, let's get a follow around Ali Raza real quick. I'll give you guys a quick walkthrough of the Nürburgring GP circuit. For the folks that are looking for more solo endurance action, we will have one more round of the Tracklicious 949 Endurance Championship. You can find out more information in the Tracklicious Discord. Ali Raza now blasting down the start-finish straightaway on approach to turn 1. Into the Mercedes arena. He cuts it over to the right to clip the apex and then compromises his exit out of turn 1 to set himself up for that slow left-hander at turn 2. On the brakes as he dives down over the curbing at turn 3. Takes a lot more curbing than I'm used to seeing from other cars. Clips the exit of Mercedes Arena, blasting out of the exit of what was the Yokohama S for a long time. Now into Ford and Valvoline. Setting up his lines nicely. Exits, uses the left side curbing as he blasts downhill now towards the Dunlop hairpin. Keeping a really tight conservative line through Dunlop. Into Schumacher now. It's all about smooth turn in, maintaining the balance on the brakes at Michelin. Over the curbs. Doesn't run it out too far. Probably to set himself up to move back for Vorsteiner curve. Now through Ad Van Bogen. He's going to try and position the AMG for NGK final chicane. Very stable over the very aggressive curbing that's at NGK and through Coca-Cola curb, and that is a lap of Nürburgring. Improves his time, shaves another 2.5 tenths off, pulls it off to the side. Good stuff, good stuff. I do see Douglas Mitchell out on track in the M4. Got a number of cars that are popping out on track. Got Jay Padberg. Also, Mike Jackson. Looks like he's going to set a time before too long. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out with us. Actually, currently only 10 cars on track have set a time. Still got a little bit of time in free practice before we go into quali. For most people, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 2-stop race. Might see someone take a risk and try and turn it into a 1-stopper. Here we go. Mitchell's going to start his flyer. Let's check in with a newcomer. I don't think I've seen this individual before. Gabe Carnes in the CC. Actually, I've seen the CC racing car before. Might have been in round 2 at Imola. On track in the CC Racing Aston Martin, number 9 entry. Going through Ford and Valvoline. He's doing it for Dan. That looked like that was tricky for Gabe to navigate. That M4 is closing on him quick. So we still got Salamoni, Engelman, Raza. Looks like Carnes is going to get out of the way and let some of the faster drivers go around him, or at least people that are probably on a flyer. Jay Goose with the RG Racing, car 29, Mr. Jose Guzman. We see him quite often in the 949 GT Sprint Series, him and his brother Carlos. Carlos is on track right now, currently 6th fastest, 2.3 off the pace in the 39 Honda for Arcane Motorsport. .22 cars on track right now, or in the lobby, I should say. Let's bump the picture-in-picture so you guys can get a look. Some more of the on-track action. Mike Jackson goes to the top with a 55.522. That's a 7/10 gap between Mike Jackson and John Salamoni. So big gains on track for these gentlemen. I am doing well, Eric. I hope everything's going well on your end of the equation. You're currently fielding the 55 Trackalicious entry, the BMW M4. Looks like you're on your outlap, getting ready to set up for your flyer. How's the M4 feel on the track?
Absolutely terrifying in the Schumacher S's. I don't think I finished a single race without spinning out in there. BMW has a lot more stable feel for me, a lot more predictable, but, you know, comes at a price. I think the agility of the Porsche does show its true pace here.
We got the majority of that. Unfortunately, I had you on mute for like the very start of it, but it's good that the M4 is functioning as a really good stable platform around here. The 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. What you got? Any kind of plans right now for your fuel strategy? Anything you want to share on stream with the viewers at home?
In all honesty, I haven't gone into depths of what my fuel strategy specifically is going to be. I'm gonna start full fuel load. I think it's just the safest way to go, considering that we do run variable weather in our races. So just to have the options to choose what the strategy is going to be and have that variability, I think is going to play a benefit.
Yeah.
I think. So that'll be the thought on my end, at least. Unfortunately, while I've been able to get a couple of laps of practice here and there during the week, I don't think I'll be fighting for first place necessarily, but more so trying to keep in it and see if the people up front will make a mistake enough for me to gain a couple of places.
Indeed. So does caps matters like one stop or two stop? So with the way the fuel's probably going to split out for people that are not in the saving mode, it's going to be the normal two-stop feel. We have seen people risk it for the biscuit and go for the one-stopper. I really don't feel like that's the performance strategy probably on any track right now. Andreas Borchers, teammate of Salamoni. How's it going? So I think the two-stop is the one. I feel like any other kind of strategies right now, it's going to be kind of like a mix of like when you take fuel and kind of the tire situation, like how you manage your tires, I think is going to be what we're going to kind of have to pay attention to. So what we'll do in pit wall is we'll have the information in pitwall.live. So if you guys want to check that out, like I said, it's free to use. Let me actually see if I can copy and paste this into chat right now for you. So yeah, we've got the pit wall timing up. I'm going to be watching mainly the pit stop data. So hopefully during the race we can switch over to that and give you guys a little bit of insight into what's going on behind the scenes. The main thing that I tend to focus on with the pit stops is who's going to like bungle it, and you'll notice that when you start to see some of the pit stops come in, and they're long, like unusually long. So we'll be able to look at that data. But two-stopper, I think, is probably the one to be on for this race. Mike Jackson on top of the timesheets right now with that 55.522. Looking at other runners out on track. Still got a good chunk of people that have yet to set a time. Looks like we've got 23 in server right now. You got to be happy with those numbers, Eric.
Yeah, to be honest, I've been trying very hard to go around the servers, all of our server friends, between Box, you guys, and a whole bunch of other guys as well. Shout out to, I think they're called Sim Racing Alliance, a recent server friend group that have been very kind to us. Yeah, just trying to make friends and see if anyone's interested. Been hanging around Twitch a lot as well, trying to entice some people to join us. So glad to see that it worked out a little bit, and hoping for even more the next time around as people, as we get some more confidence in our group and notoriety in this race, or this series, I should say.
Indeed. I think it's great because we've got a lot of friends that we've been making in not only just the North American communities, but other communities across the world as well. But particularly in North America, I feel like we've done a pretty good job starting to band together and, you know, share not only like what we're learning in terms of like how the league and organizing side of things work, but also just like connecting drivers with other series and other formats. And it's been just like it's been a really good opportunity for folks in North America. And I feel like ACC in North America, there's no better time than the present to go out there and find that community, that series, that format that you're looking for, that kind of like ticks all the boxes for you. I was actually in a stream with Mr. Mowers Emporium on Twitch, newcomer to ACC, coming over from iRacing. He's actually in the 69 entry in the pits right now. He's not really a fan of like the team enduro formats, and I was like, well, I mean, I hope you're doing the solo enduro with Trackalicious in 949, and he'd already signed up for it. So again, North American drivers are already kind of finding that formula that works for them, and I feel like right now we're kind of like spoiled for options at this point. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, you know, I just so happened to, let's say, stream snipe Mr. Mower probably a day or two before you did. Saw him streaming online and had never seen him, so just popped in to say what's up. Can I just say that Mike Jackson just put a 55 on a fast track?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's going to be Optimum now, so good luck.
Yeah. Oh So yeah, Mr. Mower, a bunch of other people as well. You know, there were a couple of streamers last night that were very interested, but just maybe a little bit too green to have the confidence to do a 2-hour 40-minute solo, which is totally fine. But yeah, one of the things that I keep telling some of the newer people that pop on Twitch and our new ACC drivers is that one of the things that I've loved most about driving within ACC is the community. I mean, you guys, starting with you guys being the pinnacle of friendliness to us and to everyone around, you guys have been amazing, and we've learned from you, not only from a server and driving perspective, but just to be good to people. Not to say that we wouldn't have been that way anyways, but your kindness is exemplary.
Hey man, I appreciate the kind words, and hats off to you guys for jumping into the ACC game a little late to the party, but at the same time too, you guys have not only been growing both the GT3 and GT4 series, but you guys have also had some success that I was referring to earlier in the stream. You guys actually had an entry win the Bathurst 12 Hours. Who were the drivers on that team?
Ooh, I hate to leave someone out, but if I were to remember correctly, it was Riley Manier, Devin Brock, Andrew Pickrell, and I think Josh Willis were on the winning team. We had two teams, so yeah. We also had Eric Miller, Um,
I think Cody.
Cody Wassam. Yeah.
And
Cody Wassam.
Jeff Allen. Was Jeff Allen on that squad?
Yeah, Jeff Allen was the last one. I think that was that. Those were. I'm hoping. I'm sorry, guys, if I missed anyone, but I'm hoping I didn't miss anyone. But between the two teams, those were the drivers, and yeah, it was a P1, P5, I think, overall. So a fantastic finish by our guys. Had excellent pace overall, and you know, just like you said, you always say, just didn't lose time. Very few mistakes through the race. 12 hours of few mistakes is extremely difficult to do at Bathurst, as you know. But yeah, fantastic finish.
Yeah, so you guys have been kind of like I said, kind of late to the party with the sim racing community stuff. Although you guys actually had some experience with JAE prior to doing your own thing with Trackalicious, but hats off to you guys for springing into action and building not only a solid community over at Trackalicious, but also getting involved in some of the competitions in ACC and on the iRacing side and getting some good early success. I hope it continues for you guys at the 12 Hours of Sebring. While we're switching topics right now, we've got the SLA Esports entry, Jacob Padberg in the 888 M4 out on track. Quali is underway, so we're going to wait for a moment and start to see these times come in. In terms of that 55 you saw on the fast track, where are you thinking you're going to fall on the optimum track there, Eric?
So if I may be as bold as to correct a name pronunciation there, Mr. Jakob, our young entrant here, is actually a Jakob, not a Jacob. So
okay.
For him, let's correct that early on. But so my best on an optimum track was a 56.6. I'm hoping maybe to get into the low 56s if I can string together a good lap, which I just invalidated, but that's okay. String together a good lap. It would be, I mean, if I can get into the 55s in optimum track, I'd be pretty happy, to be honest with you. With the amount of time limited time I've put in for practice, I'd be pretty happy with a 5 somewhere.
I think I put a 55 in once in like the 1.7 days. So like pre 1.7 days. So I think someone with your seat time in ACC, I think it's totally possible. So I wish you good luck, sir. But Mike Jackson right now punching in a 55.1. Engelman's 1.7 seconds off the pace, and then we've got D. Mitchell. Who is D. Mitchell? Douglas Mitchell for Mitchell Motorsport in the 10 entry, currently 1.9 off the pace right now. So front runners are starting to punch in some times. You can put 132 liters in the GTR. You sure can, Shy Guy. You can do that. And that means your first stop will run a little bit long, but be wary. I really don't feel like the one stopper is going to be the one to go on, but who knows? Maybe Coasty will prove me wrong because I feel like if there's anybody out here who's going to try and pull that off successfully, it's probably going to be Coasty.
So, seems like Mike Jackson still has the pace to maybe take it 3 in a row. I mean, just the unbelievable performance we've seen from him in the first 2 races. That being said, this is a home race for Mr. John Salamoni.
Oh, yeah.
Our German entrant. So I am quite excited to see how that battle brews between John and Mike. Not to say that there aren't others that are going to come into the mix, but I think that's going to be a pretty spicy combo right there.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, that's the other thing, too, is we got traffic management is going to be a factor here, just like it was in Imola. Nürburgring, I believe, is a little bit shorter track than Imola. It does have some tight, twisty sections that can be pretty harrowing when you start to deal with some back markers. So just because you got the raw pace right now, you're going to have to be the complete driver. You're going to have the speed. You're going to have the strategy. You're going to have composure under pressure, and you're going to have traffic management. So we're getting ready to watch John in the 502 entry punch in, and he goes to the top with a 55.090, less than 1/10 between Mr. Salamoni and Papa Kame. It's going to be interesting. And then we got a pocket of two drivers, Ali Raza, Joseph Kostovic, currently 7 and 8/10 respectively behind the timesheet leader. It's going to be spicy, like you said, between Salamoni and Mike Jackson, I think.
I think John really, really wants it. And I think that given that it's a home race, he's going to have a bit of a fire under his seat to go get it. And hopefully that there isn't any funny business that comes in between the race between them. I'm really hoping that they're both able to stay clean. They're both phenomenal drivers. I think very intelligent in both their strategy and their driving ability. I hope that they're going to have a clean race to the end, and I expect that there's going to be quite the tight battle at that between those two.
Indeed. Somebody we got our eyes on right now, Gabe Carnes, had a little bit of pace in hand going into Coca-Cola Curve, about 4/10, which would push him up above Carlos towards the lower end of the order. But it is fun to watch these middle pack and backpack racers duking it out, because while some of these drivers aren't going to be racing necessarily for the win, it is a lot of fun to watch these drivers kind of put it all together and improve. Another person who's improving right now, Mike Burkhoff, in the Red Eye Endurance Racing entry, going into, looks like, Michelin and Vorsteiner Curve in the Aston Martin. Back to the fight between Salamoni and Jackson. I do feel like Jackson has a bit of an upper hand here. I feel like the Maka is going to be, from a balance of performance perspective, probably the better car around here. But the thing that's been interesting in the post 1.8 world is the Lexus has really turned into a powerhouse in terms of straight line speed. And who knows, given the starting conditions for the race itself, it could be very interesting to see how it all works out with the action on track. So I'm kind of interested to see, can Salamoni take the Lexus and beat a Maka at Nürburgring? It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, like I said, that battle's gonna be really interesting. But I did want to go back to your earlier comment talking about Mike Burkhoff. Now, Mike Burkhoff has always been a threat. He has oodles of pace and a very, very, very consistent driver at that. So I do expect that there's possibilities for him to show some threat to the positions up top. That being said, he is nursing injuries, so he does have some limitations there. So it's really interesting to see how the physical limitations and physical hindrances come into play in something that's considered so non-physical as sim racing.
Oh yeah, as somebody who has dealt with his own physical limitations, I can totally tell anybody who is thinking for 5 seconds that sim racing is it's just a video game and that sort of thing. Like, with the people that invest the time, the energy, the expense in some of the hardware, the immersion with direct drive wheels, full motion rigs, load cell pedals, hydraulic pedals. It can be very physical. There are a number of sim racers. You go watch Quirk, you watch Dan Suzuki, any of the ones that are running. I think actually also Tony Kanaan runs a heart monitor. He does his sim racing and stuff like that on stream, and just watch them race. And while there isn't the threat of physical harm with hitting the wall or running into another car or anything like that, not always. Direct drive wheels will straight up rip out of your hands if you have them jacked up high enough on the torque. But the physicality of sim racing it's real, and it's not at the same level as the real stuff, but I can guarantee you it is very much it is very much a real thing. And if your body can't perform at 100%, it's really tough to extract performance out of the car. In chat, Mr. Shy Guy highlighting that John Salamone has punched into the 54s, Eric. 54.940. 2/10 up on Mr. Mike Jackson.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be real fun to watch. Carlos Guzman does improve his time, 57.087 to jump to 11th, right ahead of Professor Chronotis. Let's take a look on track. Jeremy Engelman's got 3/10 in the Red Eye Endurance Racing entry as he heads uphill now towards the Schumacher S's. I'm just excited to get into some good quality solo endurance action. That was something Mr. Mower mentioned, is the solo endurance is more kind of his speed, and I feel like that having that solo endurance offering on the weekends is a lot of fun. I am personally looking forward to getting back into doing some sim racing, and solo endurance format also seems to be pretty tempting, not gonna lie. 54.6 now. Yep. Salamone improves 54.690.
You know, that's interesting feedback, because I think from what we had heard before from the majority was that they were more so into driver swaps than solos. So this is new information and will be taken into consideration for future series.
Oh, well, the thing is that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when we were talking about the sim racing community is not spoiled for choice right now. We've got so many different not only North American but international communities offering so many different formats and features. I mean, just talk about the differences between 949 and Trackalicious, right? Like our bread and butter is the 1 hour sprint GT3 format. We've been doing that for almost 3 years now. We've sprinkled in other formats, but largely we stay close to home and have the bulk of our material be around that 1 hour sprint format. But you guys over at Trackalicious, I mean, you guys have the double header format, you've got the 90-minute format, you've got the triple header format, which is just bonkers to follow. I mean, and then we've got this 2 hour 40-minute format on the weekends. I feel like there's just like so much to offer the sim racing world, and I feel like we just between our two respective communities, we're already hitting so many different boxes for people. I feel like making sure that you got kind of have your finger on the pulse of not only what your communities want, but also what is entertaining to watch. It's the secret sauce, and I feel like we're working on a formula that people like to see.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the things that really allowed us to flourish as a partnership is that we have such complementary series going on right now, and you know, as I've always said to you and all the other sim racing friends, that I think the key to success for us all as North American based leagues are cooperation. I just see that rather than dividing and trying to get more drivers amongst individual leagues, that if we grow to bigger grids and more competitive grids, that everybody within the community benefits from having that additional competitiveness, right? So having more serious racing, and then more people that are within their skill levels to help each other grow, as opposed to them growing within their own pockets, which I think is a detrimental.
Oh, absolutely. It's very much it's very much like we function a lot better when we share not only the ideas but the people. And I feel like that is something that has really worked out to our benefit, and I'm looking forward to keeping that sort of mentality going on. Looks like Beltian just posted in chat, 949 Sim Racing. iRacing just started a 2 hour single driver series for season 2. I myself like the 2 hour no driver swap format. Yeah, Beltan is like a legend when it comes to like solo endurance nonsense. I say nonsense because this man did like I think 8 hours of the 24 hours of Nürburgring by himself with no spotter. It was like ridiculous, but yeah. Mike Jackson just made a statement for Mr. Salamone. Punched in a 54.545. That's 1.4 tenths faster. And in the best of the rest category, we've got Mr. Joseph Kostovich, currently 6 tenths off Mike's pace, but looks like he's got about 2.1 tenths on Mastachero. Jixer, it's nonsense iron butt stuff. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Jixer. Speaking of you, Jixer, like your Saturday must be like booked up, right? This has got you like, I don't know, doing something super important, right? Not to be racing in a 2 hour and 40-minute solo endurance, right? It's okay. You don't have to tell me. There's no shame. There's no shame. No judgment here. It's a safe space. Just saying.
Safe space. But why aren't you here?
Why? So 1 minute, 53 seconds left in qualifying. Coasty comes across the line, does not improve his time or his position. We're going to jump around real quick and look at the gains on track, of which there are not many. Mike Jackson is setting about even delta. Gonna go do work on my woods today, but it's 18 Fahrenheit outside. Yeah. That sounds like sim racing weather indoors. To me. So he's even on delta. Joseph Kostovich has got about a 10th in pocket. John Espiritu in the Slava Ukraini Lamborghini entry, going through Valvoline, blasting down towards Dunlop right now. Got a little bit of pocket change in terms of performance gains. Jakob, though, in the SLA Esports entry has about a 10th. Looking to extend on Engelman and hang on to that P6 entry. I'm just bouncing around looking at deltas, trying to find who's gonna be the person to upset the apple cart. Doesn't look like Carlos has got it in him. He's losing his delta out of the Mercedes arena. Yeah, Jakob's going to extend. We're going to hang briefly with Joseph Kostovich in the 949 Sim Racing Maka. Looking to extend on Andres Mastachero. And I think by the time he comes across the line, it's going to be session over for him. Yeah, I don't think he's got enough time to make it to the line and get another one in. I could be wrong. Right down to the wire. Yeah, and he improves his time. Staying third. Where max wait time flying laps do count. Jakob's got 4 tenths. Doing the big extend. Possibly going to upset Ali Raz's entry. Writes down Mike's 54.5. You need to find 5 tenths for tomorrow? Yeah, you do. If you want to try and take a shot at Michael, like you are more than welcome to take a shot at Mike. Many people have tried and perished. But
there we go. A little better.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Eric jumping up into P13, lucky number 13 for the 5.5 entry. Gotta be happy with that.
Well, commentating and driving is not the easiest thing, especially while you're trying to do a hot lap qualification. I'll take it.
Good luck to you as well, Shy Guy. Mr. Shy Guy, Mr. Reed Aldred's been in school. Commentator for not only 949 Sim Racing, but also been doing commentary work for the GT4 series for Trackalicious. But he's taking a break while he's doing the school thing. Good luck with the school stuff, Reed. Real life stuff comes first. Hope you enjoy the race, though. Glad you're getting some weekend time to stretch your legs. People don't know this, but Mike was born on T3 at Nürburgring. I did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know Papa Kame's origins were in the slow Mercedes arena complex. That must have been awkward. But, you know, not judging.
He rose just like the T1000 rose from the rubber that was left behind.
Jakob punches above Andres Mostachero to go fourth fastest with that 55.282. So pole position, though, is this man right here, Mr. Mike Jackson.
Ooh.
In the 949 Sim Racing Maka, car 63. What a qualifying session. Let's get everything set up for the race here. As soon as I understand how alt tab works, I'll make sure to get that going for you. It's excellent. Here we go. Yep, it's true. I would not make something like that up, Jixer. I don't believe you. 9 minutes, 16 seconds in session start time. Everybody's going to get plenty of time to go hit the restroom, grab your water bottle. Be sure to hydrate, folks. Got 2 hours and 40 minutes of action. 5 a.m. race start. Let's take a look. Clear skies, 18 degrees. Let's take a look real quick at the basic HUD data. Looks like cloudy conditions. It did say clear on the broadcast app because it's lying to me. 2 kilometers out of the northwest. And, yeah. Like it's going to be a good one. Let's get switch back over to the broadcast screen so you guys can have that information pulled up. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. You're watching Trackalicious and 949 Sim Racing hosting round 3 of the Winter Endurance Championship. 2 hours and 40 minutes in Nürburgring. You'll notice the way this race breaks up, there is a 1 mandatory pit stop that all drivers have to take. You're going to notice that orange number 1 on the left side of the screen next to everyone's racing number. That means they have to take it to the pits at least once. I believe, isn't there a, I can't remember if you guys kept the 75-minute timer, stint timer or not.
I don't think there are any rules on the stints. I think everything is left open because we just wanted to get more variety.
More variety.
If you haven't noticed by now, we're a little masochistic in that we try to throw in as many wrenches as possible. Looking at the weather outside, it is dry right now, but it is night, so we're gonna have that tire pressure buildup that's gonna be a factor. We do have weather variability on, so it could rain at any point in time. So throwing in all the curves and to finish that off, we do have 1 mandatory pit stop, but we just put that in favor of everybody being able to kind of tell whether someone's pitted or not, just as a factor for strategic maneuvering, and for us to be able to tell as well. But you do have your racy pit wall up. So yeah, we like to throw in wrenches.
Indeed. 6 minutes and 40, well, now 36 seconds before we go around Nürburgring on the formation lap. We're going to I'm going to actually take an opportunity to take a quick restroom break, grab some more coffee, and we'll be right back with some more of the action. Please stay with us. And yeah, round 3, Trackalicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship at Nürburgring. Eric, I'm going to leave you unmuted, so if you want to talk to the audience, feel free.
We're actually joined by Jerrick Snyder, who's going to be live stewarding for us and commentating and race engineering for me, hopefully, a little bit.
Fantastic, Jerrick. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody. This is me, Jerrick. I'm mostly going to be doing the stewarding thing, probably not so much of the other things. But I'll be here to chime in when I've got some dumb stuff to shout out.
I've been trying to rub Snyder into some engineering for me. So, Mr. Snyder, how are you today?
I'm really good. Got a nice good sleep last night. Didn't actually have to wake up at any specific time. So when I woke up, I was nice and refreshed, and just kind of been getting ready for the race.
So, we have 2 hours and 40 minutes. What are you looking forward to seeing within this race? We've been through 2 endurances. We've seen some fun things. What do you think is the thing to look out for at this race?
I think the battle up top is probably going to be even fiercer. We've got a lot of really fast guys here today. Mike Jackson. Hold on, let me switch so I can see his full name. I don't remember his first name. John Salomon we've got here. This is a home track for him. Kosti's here. Padberg and Andreas and Raza. Those are all some really fast guys. I think they've had their fun. They've had their practice testing out strategies for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think they've got it pretty dialed in.
Right. I agree. So, as I was mentioning earlier, in terms of strategery, we are currently sitting at 18 degrees Celsius with the weather getting warmer and warmer through the session. I am trying to figure out what pressures to set these tires to be able to last a whole stint without messing things up. So that's about 40 laps worth of fuel.
The pictures you sent me, is that track temp or ambient temp?
Track temp. I always go. Ambient temp. I always go by ambient temp, as I've been told to do.
All right.
So
So
I'm thinking
down
to go 8
8 degrees.
clicks. You're thinking
Well, we're down 8 degrees.
8
I don't know what that
degrees.
translates.
Right. So that's typically 8 clicks down. I think I'm gonna go. Sorry,
Well,
8 clicks up. I think
yes.
I'm gonna go 4 to kind of find a middle ground. Maybe 5 to bias on the cold side, so I don't waste my tires.
Probably not a bad idea.
So
Because you don't want them too under pressured for the start. You can hit
right.
plenty of curbs, and you will be hitting curbs here at the ring.
Yeah, not only that, but I feel like it would be wasting the tire as well, and that if it's under pressured, you'd have less grip and you'd be wearing the tire more. So I think this is the way.
This is
This
the
is
way.
the way.
This is the way.
So you guys are doing some strategery. We're going to switch topics real quick and do a quick grid rundown for the folks at home. What do you guys think of that? Let's take a look. So on pole position, surprise, surprise, Mr. Mike Jackson in the 949 Sim Racing McLaren. Managed to really punch in a fast one. I believe it was a 55.4 to get top spot. John Salamoni, though, space pace in the Lexus alongside Mike Jackson, not wanting to lose this race on his home turf. It's going to be a big deal for Salamoni to make it happen. On the second row of the grid, the 949 Maka sister car 494, Mr. Joseph Kostovich. And then we got Yakov Padberg, who stunned Mr. Mastachero by about a tenth to sneak in on the second row of the grid. Andres Mastachero in the 44 entry is going to line up alongside Ali Raza. So the Steez Nation entry alongside the 3360 Motorsport entry of Ali Raza. Fourth row of the grid, we've got the 747 of Jet Engelman alongside Douglas Mitchell with Mitchell Motorsport. Mr. Mike Burkhoff, 9th on the grid in the 47, alongside 949's own Robert Lewis, Mr. Beltan 621. We've got Jason Provolone in the 82, alongside Carlos Guzman in the Arcane Motorsports entry. Eric Ghoukasian in the Trackalicious entry. The M4, car 55, alongside Professor Chronotis. Who's going to be the faster M4, folks? We'll find out. Shane Rees in the 949 UK entry, 15th on the grid alongside Justin Beachley. John Espiritu in the Ukrainian Lamborghini. He's alongside Mr. Mower in the 69 M4. Panic Miracle. That's a newcomer. I've never seen Panic before. He's alongside Gabe Carnes in the number 9 CC Racing entry, and Jose Guzman in the RG Racing Honda, alongside Rogerio Santos in the T-Rex McLaren. Mr. Shy Guy 98 himself, Reed Aldred, 23rd on the grid. And then in the back of the grid, we've got Mr. Does Caps Matter in the GTR. So we got 2 GTRs in the back of the field. That's gonna be interesting. Oh, Cardo's in chat. How are you doing, Cardo? Mr. Shy Guy says, I'm gonna let the other cars buy my brakes for T1. Oh, you're going to let the other cars be your brakes for T1, Kappa. And these new load cell pedals might kill my legs. Let's do this. Justin Beachley getting some load cell pedal action. Nice. Eric, I hope you're ready for 2 hours and 40 minutes of fun.
I am. I'm actually didn't realize that my former GT3 teammate, aka Mr. Shy Guy, aka our GT4 former streamer legend in his own right, was going to be in the race today. I apologize. I've been so busy that I haven't even looked at the entry list. So best of luck to all of our drivers. Don't forget to warm your tires up.
Oh yeah, tire temperature is going to be a struggle bus for the first couple laps. You're going to be trying to maximize building that pressure up, building that temperature up while not striking the curbs too hard, which will create a bit of a pendulum effect of pressure's going up, pressure's going down. It's going to be very interesting to see how the drivers manage it on the first couple laps around. Also, when it comes to tire pressures, I feel like this is another area where the McLaren's going to have a bit of an advantage, because the Lexus is historically kind of a mystery when it comes to tire wear and tire behavior. The time multiplier. Eric, Jerrick, do either of you know what the time multiplier is for this? Is it 3x or 2x?
2x.
2x multiplier, Cardo. Cardo says he's got his popcorn ready for an amazing race. Well, we've got an amazing duo up at the front of the grid right here. We've got Mike Jackson, Papa Kame, as everybody knows him, going against Germany's own John Salomon, or Salamoni on Twitch. Let's see what this pairing can do into turn one.
I hope you have a lot of popcorn.
Yes.
It's going to be a lot of really close racing today.
2 hours and 40 minutes of popcorn. Well, actually, it kind of depends, though, Jerrick. He could be splitting it up. Like, are you doing, like, 2 stints on the popcorn? Is it 1 stint? Are you going, like full barrel or, like, half cup? What are we looking at here? That was a really bad joke, but that's why you guys keep me around, for all of the nonsense entertainment value that I bring to the table. Go ahead.
You are talking to one current dad and one soon-to-be dad, so we can take it.
Okay. So what you're telling me is, when it comes to dad jokes, you guys are looking for a wealth of material. I'll take that into consideration. Mr. Mike Jackson, we're green, losing ground to Salamoni on the start of the race. Seeing a little bit of an early Constantina effect right before the braking zone. Under braking, cars are moving left and right, trying to find their way around. A little bit of tapping, but right now it looks like most of the people did get through. We did get some drive-through penalties for Carlos Guzman and Professor Chronotis, potentially for a start race infraction. Jumping into the camera right now, John Salamoni is off to a blistering start. It also looks like Jakob might have snuck around Mike Jackson and Joseph Kostovich to move up into second. Low chance of rain, but high probability of cooking tires. Indeed. Yeah, those DTs, that's going to be rough. Man, Salamoni's off to a hell of a start. Meanwhile, Padberg has got the 949 Maka of Mike Jackson in his rear view. Already off to a very, very exciting start to the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. You're watching Trackalicious and 949's Winter Endurance Championship. I'm Welpcakes. In the booth with me, we've got Trackalicious' own Eric Ghoukasian and Jerrick Snyder. And we're buckling in for some race action. 5:30 a.m. on track. Temperatures are low. Jakob going wide at the exit of Orsteiner curve. Not going to help his tire temperatures. Let's see if he can continue to stay out in front of Mike Jackson. I think he might be able to, because Mike Jackson's got a very, very dangerous player on track. Dangerous in terms of skill, able to use that AMG like a weapon. Mr. Ali Raza.
Looks like we have some contact in the back straight here, right before the chicane. Unfortunately, I was able to see that because I had a spin of my own with no contact.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some accidents in the back of the field. But Professor Chronotis in the pits to clear that drive-through penalty. So it looks like Eric and Jose might have been the ones who lost out the most with the lap 1 incidents.
Well, do you have race control up as well?
I do not have race control up. I have... I normally use Pitwall and the broadcast app. That's usually my go-to combo.
Does Pitwall and the broadcast app record, either one of them record contact?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yep. So I have accident data for cars 888. Well, actually, I have like 4 of them.
I've got race control up, so I can see those, and I think I stopped getting live updates on that when I'm in a replay. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, you will. If you jump to a replay, it's going to basically flush all of your state data about the race just down the commode. So, yep, that's just that's how it works. Just ACC things. ACC is a game that brings a beautiful, beautiful graphics engine and racing experience to the hands of the sim racer. But from the broadcast and from the data tracking technical side of things, it is a house of cards.
I'm sorry, did you just call ACC a game?
Yes, it is. It's a video game. It's a video game. What's up, Blaine? How are you doing? Mike Jackson currently in second. Found his way around Jakob Padberg, who's going to have a pretty hot fight into turn 1, it looks like, with... Ali Raza. Ali Raza dive in the corner, keeping it clean. Blaine, I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well, sir. I hope your wrist is doing okay. Saw you were getting built up for the Pint Series. Wow, what a battle between Padberg and Raza right now, and Joseph Kostovich right now is just sitting pretty in the background. Let's actually get on the bonnet cam of the 949 Maka, as this action is getting spicy for that last step of the podium. It's a sim. That's right. That's right, Cardo. Man, Ali Raza just taking the fight to the SLA Esports M4. Joseph Kostovich. Oh, and Jakob's off at the Schumacher S's. Not sure if that's terminal. Hopefully not. Hopefully he can limp it back to the pits. If he's got some damage, let's actually see if we can find Jakob right now. He is back out on track, losing some spots. I think from what I can see from the car, it doesn't look like he's got any significant damage. It's just got to get back out to the track. And we'll see if he dives at the pits or not. Carlos Guzman still got a DT showing. He's fast approaching that moment when he's going to have to pull the trigger and take the drive through, or risk the DQ. So it looks like Jakub did not have any damage on the SLA Esports M4, and he's going to be able to keep it out on track and try and mount that recovery. In the meantime, the Steez Nation M4 under fire. We've got, well, actually, I say under fire. Engelman's about 8/10 back. Andres has more attention paid to, looks like Mr. Douglas Mitchell in the Mitchell Esports M4 entry. And this is going to get pretty hot, so we're going to stay on that action as they go through Ford and Valvoline. So, Jerrick, what you're seeing right now in terms of the racing incidents that you've seen so far, I would largely say the first lap of this race was relatively clean, with the exception of that one incident that Eric mentioned on the back straight.
Yeah, surprisingly. I mean, there were a couple of little bumps and nudges going into T1 and T2, but that's kind of just normal cluster stuff.
Especially T1 at Nürburgring. T1 Nürburgring, I think, is probably rivaled only by T1 at Monza for the most internal clinching experience in terms of cars going 3, 4, 5 wide into turn 1, and then somehow trying to figure out how to squeeze into a space that fits 3 cars on the uphill part to turn 2. It's Andres in the Steez Nation M4 is left to right, center, trying to find his way around the Mitchell Esports entry. From Douglas Mitchell's point of view. Oh, I'm sorry, Blaine. I missed your comment. Steroids have reduced the inflammation a ton, so at the moment the pain is less, but the shooting pains from the elbow to the wrist and fingers are just as bad. Yeah, because that's nerves. Like, the inflammation, anti-inflammatories will help a little bit, but it's not going to repair any kind of irritation that you might be experiencing with the actual nerves themselves. So, like, that right there is just going to be rest, relaxation, make sure you do your stretches, that kind of stuff. When you get into your physical therapy, do your exercises. It's very important. Are the 949 TSR entering any cars in the SPA 12-hour by OOR next month? I don't believe so. The big thing that... So I can't speak for Trackalicious. Eric can share that information if there are any big ACC events that any of the official Trackalicious guys and girls are participating in. But 949, we're focusing, like, our team members on the current SRO calendar. We got some folks that are pushing for the SRO qualifier, and I'm really looking forward to that. I'm super looking forward to that. That's going to be my guilty pleasure when that season starts, is on weekends plugging in and watching those races. What about you? Go ahead.
I've had some people reach out to me, especially about the OOR SPA 12-hour, but I just did their Bathurst 12-hour, and that was quite draining.
Yeah,
so
it's tough.
I'm on the fence about joining another big enduro.
We got some teammates duking it out on track. 949 Sim Racing Zone Beltan, currently in the draft of the 949 UK entry of Shane Rees. Down start finish straight away they go. Let's see if Shane can mount a solid defense. Beltan gives no one on track quarter, so it'll be very interesting. If anybody's going to push Shane to defend hard and defend well, it's going to be Beltan. After 5 laps, Salamoni, he's in the lead of this race to the tune of 4 seconds. So in the cold temperatures on track, it seems like Salamoni is punching hard and punching quick. It's going to be interesting, though, from a fuel perspective, because You folks may not know this, but I'm a Lexus main on when I actually do get some time in ACC, and the Lexus is a gas guzzler. It is not the car that is known for longevity and fuel management. So, is Salamone potentially shooting himself in the foot by blasting off this far ahead of the field this early in the race? We've got 2 hours and 28 minutes left in round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship at Nürburgring. Blaine says, I'd say Bathurst is a lot more stressful than Spa unless you're in an Audi.
For sure.
I mean, I thought that was true for any track if you're in the Audi, but, you know. Does Caps Matter, man? We got a scrap here at the back. Oh, looks like Does Caps Matters GTR going drifto in the Schumacher S's, and 2 cars working their way around. Reed Aldred's in the pits. He stopped for his required stop. Ooh, I wonder if Reed is stopping early, dumping 132 liters in that GTR, and going to see how far he can take it. It's going to be interesting.
Something's happened to Ali Raza. He is off the side. Ooh. Raza's gone.
Raza's
What
gone.
happened there?
I'm looking at the data. I don't see contact between Raza and someone else.
I don't either.
It is a mystery.
It is a mystery I have got to find out real quick. See what happened.
So we've got
So-
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Phil, this is interesting. I was gonna mention it earlier, but we got kind of sidetracked. The thing that we've seen from Ali Raza is speed. The thing that we think we want to see from Ali Raza is a little bit more consistency. As we saw in Imola, he had such great pace, but just couldn't keep it together. Now, we did find out he had some issues at Imola. I think he was carrying some damage or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I wonder what the issue is this time around.
So-
Because he has shown great pace through the season at Trackalicious.
Yeah, so it looks like his game crashed.
Oh, no.
So that is unfortunate. So just like in the real world, folks, technical gremlins can end a race early. I mean, you hate to see it, but hopefully, I don't know if Ollie's going to rejoin, try and regain some places, and see if he can, finish with a good showing. At least all things considered, looks like he is reconnected. But he is going to be in the pits. That won't count for his mandatory stop, and his controls are going to be locked for a period of time. So he's losing laps, but he's going to try and get back out on track, and we're going to see what he can do.
We've still got 2 hours, 26 minutes.
I know.
Plenty of time for other people to have some,
Oh yeah,
hopefully not, but similar fate.
especially around here at Nürburgring with the traffic. We were talking about this, Jerrick, earlier in the stream. Me and Eric. Nürburgring is a power circuit, but it is a shorter track than the likes of like Imola or like Monza. And with 24 cars on grid, there is some opportunities for a little bit of backmarker chaos to potentially catch some of these front runners out. That said, we'll see what Raza can do once he gets back out on track. Race leader John Salomon in the Space Pace Esports moving his way through lap traffic right now, and he is exiting Dunlop right now on approach to the Schumacher S's. Lexus performing really well. 8.5 seconds now is the gap between Jackson and Salomon. Let's actually take a look at the 949 entry from just looking real quick. I just wanted to check the car out because that 8-second gap grew pretty quick. I wonder if Mike might have had an off that factored in here. Salamone is pretty quick, dude. What's up, Vivacious? How are you doing? Thank you for joining us for round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. Looks like Mike Jackson and Joseph Kostovich staying close to one another. Don't know if that's a little bit of strategy at work here.
Pegery.
Yep. Stratagem. Due to to the 949 GT Sprint Series, and I think this is his first time racing with us in the Endurance Series. I can't remember if he was in round 2 or not. Rogerio Santos in the Scuderia T-Rex McLaren entry, currently sitting P12, 3.5 seconds back from Shane Rees, but 4.4 seconds ahead of Mr. Mower in the 6.9 Mowers Emporium entry. Pit wall should be up and running. Blaine, let me paste that link in there for you. Why don't we actually use that as an opportunity to go take a look at some data? Let's jump on board with Jakob, who's getting passed by Beltan in the Mercedes arena. It also looks like the Audi entry of Jason Provolone's in the mix. Looks like the Dirty 630 Audi is actually a handful for Provolone today. Thought that was there. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I've got the stream pulled up. There we go. That's better. So let's take a look right now at the pace delta between the front runners right now. We're going to use Mr. Salamone as the basis right here. He's the purple line up at the top. And you can see as the race goes, he is just mounting gains. And it does look like something happened here in lap 7 for Mike Jackson, because he fell down. He lost about 3 seconds. But, and this right here, I don't know if this is indicative of something special about to happen here, because look at how the pace curve is starting to go up for these two. Actually, they just swapped positions. Both Mike Jackson and Joseph Kostovich just swapped. So, not sure what's happening to Mike's race right now, but it looks like he is struggling.
Tire pressures, maybe?
Could be tire pressures. Could be tire pressures. If I'm looking at the average data between Salamone's running a 56.0 right now, and then Mike Jackson's running a 57.0. Kostovich is on a 56.6. So Kostovich actually closest in terms of pace to Salamone right now. We're going to keep our eye on that, though, especially when we hit the pit stops to see what the strategy effect is going to be here. But we still got 2 hours and 21 minutes left in this race. So there's a lot more action to uncover.
So I did want to make a comment about something I'm seeing where I'm sitting. I want to give a shout out to Gabe Carnes here. He's relatively new to ATC, but putting down some really consistent laps. Quite impressive for the development that I've seen from him in the recent times that he's joined ATC and our league. Chasing down Beachley.
That is awesome. Yeah, and Beachley's no slouch. Beachley's got some miles in the sim, so hats off to Carnes for taking the fight to Beachley like that. We're on board with Jeremy Engelman in the Red Eye Endurance. Currently 3.2 seconds back from Andres Mastachero, but in a scrap right now with the Mitchell Motorsports entry of Douglas Mitchell. Already off to the races, folks, and we've got some good. We've had some good scraps on track in a number of places. Man, I wonder if Mike Jackson's fallen back into some sort of like fuel saving strategy. He's already lost 2 seconds to Coasty. It is not sure what's going on. It's going to be interesting to see how this race unfolds. Still got 23 entries. Looked like we did lose one car. I believe it was Ali Raza that we ended up losing, unfortunately. So, F's in chat for Ali. Yeah, Andres is doing a pretty good job right now. He's got 3 seconds on Engelman, but he's going to have to really start to plug in some fast ones.
Raza's still here.
Oh, Raza's still here?
Yeah, he's still in the lobby.
Weird, he's not showing on my screen at all.
He is in Sector 1. He's about to finish up Sector 1.
Interesting. Okay. So it's just something on my end where it's not showing all 24 entries where it was. But anyway, so Raza's in, currently 2 laps down from Reed Aldred, so he's going to have to play some catch up to try and mount a comeback. But the thing is, he did get to rejoin, and his controls are locked, so it could be time for a risky strategy to kind of see if you can reclaim some spots. It'll be interesting to see what Ollie's race looks like. But either way, F's in chat for the game crash. That's just terrible.
Very unfortunate, but catch up is pretty good.
Yeah, and Ollie, like Eric was mentioning before, Ollie's got pace, so I don't think anybody's worried at all that that Ollie Raza can really make it happen. Let's. I'm going to take a look at the pit wall data.
Yep. Ollie Raza does not have any honey mustard. He does not have any ranch dressing. All ketchup.
All ketchup. Nice. Wow. Man, you are going to be such a good dad. Go ahead.
I wanted to bring attention to something else that could be a Nürburgring thing. So while it's not predominantly known as a track limits track, I think it is possible that it's something that comes into play, because when you look at it in the stadium or at the chicane or a couple of other little spots, you could get hit with that track limit warning or that track limit cut that could end up being a factor at the end of the race.
Oh yeah, especially over 2 hours and 40 minutes. A majority of the folks that we are racing today, we're watching today, the bread and butter of most of these drivers are the shorter sprint formats. That's what they're kind of known for, because there are a lot of people from 949 and Tracklicious, and majority of the races we run are in the hour time frame, under hour time frame. There are some longer formats. Being the kind of drivers that like to push the limits, getting up to that third warning inside of the first hour of this race is really going to put you on the back foot in terms of pace. So it's going to be, you're not wrong. I think we probably will see a drive-through penalty or two related to track limits. We're just going to have to keep our eye on it and see how the situation unfolds. Meanwhile, Douglas Mitchell, about a half second back from Jeremy Engelman, just staying in his rear view, just trying to apply some pressure to Jet and see if he can force a mistake from the Red Eye Endurance entry. So, Eric, you are, looks like you are in the chase right now to catch Mr. Gabe Carnes. I actually pull up your pit wall data. I want to take a look at what you're doing.
Yeah, I have to admit it's a really disappointing start for me, starting from 13th. I am also right now having a little problem with focus, because not only am I trying to help commentate here, but I also have my dad that's here next to me that I'm trying to give him some insight into what's going on in the race. So I'm muting, unmuting, and still trying to catch up to Gabe here. But hey, credit to him, man. He's doing a pretty great job right now at keeping his pace up. So, and I will admit the heavy fuel load caught me off guard a little bit. I think it was rear heavy and snapped and spun me around. So shame on me.
Either way, just looking at your pace figures right now, it does look like you are starting to close on Gabe. Just looking at last lap data between you and Gabe, you do have about 9/10 in the bag. But at the same time, too, Carlos slowly creeping up on you. About lap 5, he was about 10 seconds behind you. Now he's about 4 seconds behind you. So it could be a threat. You never know. Switching back to chat right now, Zap Brannigan, he's asking, how was he not following this channel? Zap, I don't know. But either way,
Shame
man,
on you, Zap.
better.
Shame on you.
I will disagree with that wholeheartedly. Better late than never. Better late than never.
I can't believe it. After all the times that I've followed him and watched him, how is he not here right now?
Oh, jeez, Derek.
Just kidding. We're all welcome. We're all. I know people get busy. We have real life things and all get distracted. So we do have a car off. Beachley was off a little bit. I think a mistake of his own, coming back on track behind Gabe. Now in the mix of the battle between Gabe, himself, and me, and I'm sure Mr. Carlos is going to come into the mix. And you know what? Never discount Chrono. Chrono has some incredible pace, and I'm sure he's going to be coming in swinging as well. So this is going to be quite the battle back here.
Yeah, Eric, Zap Brannigan has his own streaming channel. He streams all the time. Plus, he's the head of a Starfleet and a fantastic TV show.
Yes, I completely forgot about that. How do you do it all, Zap? And also takes time to race. I believe you're part of the Box 3 crew. So welcome. You're watching round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. We're in the midst of the 2-hour and 40-minute race around Nürburgring, on board with the Dirty 630 Audi of Jason Provolone, who's 1.1 back from Robert Lewis, building a bit of a gap on Shane Rees.
As Gabe makes some mistakes and gives Beachley a freebie there.
Freebies are always welcome. For some. Still got mandatory pit stops for a majority of the field right now. I need to jump back. I'm going to jump back. I want to see if when Ali rejoined, was he allowed to take his pit stop? No. Okay, so he still needs his mandatory. Let's go jump through the field. Gabe is in a scrap. Got the Beachley Aston Martin in front, and the Trackalicious M4 looming large in the background with that sweet looking livery.
Why, thank you. I have to say, Beachley's Lucky Stout, I think it's called, livery is quite the livery in its own right. Looks awesome.
We got some good artists. Yeah, respective communities.
Absolutely.
Just looking around right now in the data. The Mowers Emporium crew, Mr. Mower and Panic Miracle, are just hanging out right next to each other by about a half second. Currently P12, P13 respectively. So with the track conditions changing, we're up to about 19 degrees on track. Not enough to really upset the apple cart. But as the sun starts to come up, we are going to see the track start to warm up a little bit. It is only a 2x time progression. So we're looking at, almost 5 hours of racing. Well, actually, at 2 hours and 40 minutes, we are, what is that? 120, 160 times 2, 360 minutes. So that's 6 hours of on-track time. You know what? I'm bad at math. I'm going to actually whip out a calculator to do that calculation real quick just to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, this is spicy. This is spicy.
Indeed it is. 5 hours and 5 hours and a third of on-track time. And Gabe still out in front. Rogerio Santos is duking it out right now with looks like Shy Guy. I believe Shy Guy's actually down a lap to him. Both him and Jose. Jose's about to come under fire from Reed. Rogerio Santos currently in 11th, 5.1 back from Mr. Provolone. Rogerio Santos, man, he has just been, in terms of like the driver that I really don't know. I'll admit I don't know that well, but I do like the way he kind of conducts himself on track. Pretty clean driver, no nonsense, doesn't really mouth a lot in channel or anything like that. Just does the racing thing, and I respect that. So just doing his thing right now, putting in work in the Scuderia T-Rex McLaren entry. Going through the Schumacher S's. No issues. Got Professor Chronotis in the top right corner of your screen, trying to chase down. Actually, I believe he's lapped right now, but approaching an M Sport entry. M4.
Jerrick, there were a couple of contacts back there between me and others. Me being the contactor, you might want to have a look at. I don't think there was anything crazy, but
I'm having a look.
Professor Chronotis is looming large in your mirror there, Eric.
yeah, we had a bit of a scrap here. So a little bit good battle with, I think it's Carlos coming into the mix. Karn's still up ahead. Beachley making a couple of mistakes, falling behind the pack here, but yeah, we're still going at it.
You getting chased down by the quad snout, so good luck with that. Again, thanks everybody for joining us. You're watching round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship at Nürburgring. 2 hour and 40 minute solo enduro. We got 2 hours and 7 minutes left in the race. Mandatory pit stops are starting to come into effect. Shane Reeves just pulled the trigger on an early stop. And Gabe Carnes in the CC Racing now has got a fight on his hands with Carlos Guzman in the Arcane Motorsport entry. Let's actually take a look at the fight from Carlos's perspective. In the draft, moving over. Is he going to try and outbrake him into Valvoline? He does. Throws it up the inside. Getting that move done. He's going to try and hang on to it. I think he's got it done. Carlos has got some pretty good pace in the Arcane Honda. Meanwhile, Eric, Trackalicious' own. Let's actually do the Dash Pro cam from the M4.
No.
Broadcaster curse, sorry.
It's all good. My fault. But it is a interesting view going on right now.
Really is. Beachley has dropped back about 2 seconds, 2.4 back.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Raz's game has crashed again.
Oh,
He's
dear.
calling it. He's calling it.
Oh, Raza. F's in chat for Raza. That's unfortunate. ACC is such a fun title, but I will be the first to admit, not the most stable video game. Yeah. That said, just like in real life, technical things. And the thing about folks like Ali Raza, that while we're putting F's in chat, we should always remember that a competitor like Ali Raza, when things do fall his way, it makes victory that much more sweeter, because we wouldn't be doing this if it were easy. We wouldn't do this if it were not a challenge or not rewarding in that respect. So when things go bad, it's heartbreaking. But you always got to remember that when things do go your way, it makes it all that much more special. I've known a lot of fast racers, and you can be fast, you can be smart, you can be good. That doesn't mean you're going to win. Mike Burkhoff in 7th right now, 8.2 back from Douglas Mitchell, but Jakob Padberg in the SLA Esports M4. Looks like this could end up being a tasty scrap. Ooh, contact. That is unfortunate, and we got position runners right behind him. Padberg does move out of the way, and Beltan 621 is going to move around him. Using that carnage as a bit of an advantage on Jay Provolone in the Dirty 630 Audi, adding some space to that gap. Where's Rogerio Santos in the mix? He's just now exiting Valvoline. And I believe, yeah, he can see in the distance Padberg. So let's get into the Dash Pro Cam on the T-Rex. Yeah, he does just need the game to work for him. You're not wrong, Delumo.
You know, credit to him for coming back the first time and giving another shot at it, and just really frustrated for him, to be honest, because I know he's got the pace and I know he's a great driver. So Ali, feeling for you.
Sun continuing to rise at Nürburgring, 19 degrees on track. It is 6:42 a.m. We're on board with Rogerio Santos in the T-Rex entry as he is trying to chase down the M4 of Jakob Padberg, who had a hell of a start, man. Like the SLA Esports M4 was in 2nd at the start of the race on the exit of turn 1. And since then, his race has kind of started to just fall away. Somebody else's whose race has kind of fallen away, and I say fallen away, I don't know if strategy is starting to become a factor or what, but Mike Jackson has dropped back from Joseph Kostovich to the tune of 6.9. I'm gonna have a hot take here. I believe that there's got to be a strategy element here, because I'm looking at the pit wall data. Let's do that real quick for the front 3. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, they're pulling away from Mike Jackson, but Mike Jackson's average is about a 56.6 now, so his pace figures are starting to come down. Actually, I wonder if I look at his total race stats, and I can show you guys what I'm looking at right now, so you can kind of follow along at home. So we've got this is the data for Mike Jackson over time. So lap times in the 56s pretty much consistently. So he's just kind of holding his pace. Like he's not messing around. He's just holding his pace. If we take a look at Solomon, averaging about the low 56s. So it's going to be interesting to see. I wonder if there could be something like a bit of a strategy battle coming. And you can see over here on the gap chart data that this is Mike Jackson's the control line here, the orange line, and both Joseph Kostovich and Salamoni are just pulling away slowly. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
I can't imagine that there's a pace, maybe a damage problem, but I don't think he got any contact anywhere. So I think this is another Mike Jackson 5-head move.
Yeah, Mike's pretty smart, and but the one thing that I will say too about Mike, and this could be true if let's say he's not necessarily on the pace. Mike Jackson's smart. He's not going to jeopardize what he can hold on to for the sake of what he wants. it could be that Mike is thinking either from a setup perspective or through circumstances in the race, don't hold up Coasty, don't try to chase down Salamoni, stay in front of Mastachero, stay in front of Engelman. You know, that might be what he's thinking. We're just going to have to wait and see. On board with Panic Miracle, car 13 in the Mr. Mower Emporium car, 13. Right behind his teammate, actual Mr. Mower himself. They're currently 16 seconds back from Rogerio Santos. But 15 seconds, this pairing's 15 seconds ahead of John Espiritu in the Slava Ukraini Lamborghini entry. Looks like Jakob got nailed with a 5-second time penalty. Is that for on-track incident there, Jerrick?
Afraid so. He did really well. I mean, it was an accident, pretty clearly. And he let the guy by, didn't cause any other contact. But it's a couple of times now he's had some contact, so gotta give him something.
Yep. So Cardo's saying graining is a big factor here with the low temps. Pushing too hard can hurt the tires, especially with full fuel. So maybe that's something. Maybe Mike is leaving a little bit in reserve and then going to push towards the end of his first stint. We're just going to have to wait and see because mandatory pit stops have yet to happen. I suspect we're going to see them here in about another 17 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. See people pull in for the first scheduled stop. I'm going to go take a peek real quick at the pit wall data for the folks that have pulled in for pit stops, of which there are only 2 left in the race. Shane Reeves' pit stop was 1:31. Kind of curious if that was for damage. Reed Aldred was 1:23. Carlos Guzman was a drive-through, as was, I believe, Chronotis.
That's correct.
Justin Beachley in 18th, currently 2.6 behind, but Eric is in the background. Wonder if, Eric, you're going to take the fight to Justin?
I'm trying.
That's the spirit.
We do have the lead lap cars coming through, or I should say lead cars coming through here in a minute, so we're going to have to be careful about that, but hopefully we can make this work or maybe use that to our advantage.
So
I just want to real quick recognize, it looks like some teammates here, Panic Miracle and Mr. Mower, they have been right next to each other all race so far, just about. One behind the other, keeping it close.
you love to see it. Teammates doing teammate things.
Yep. Mower's not leaving them behind.
I will say, it is with the race leaders fast approaching, might not be a bad idea to play a little bit of 4D chess and figure out like where's the right place to lift and coast into corners. Allow Salamoni to kind of close in on you a little bit so that you can set him up for a good exit out of a corner. Justin Beachley going into Coca-Cola Curve right now. In the Lucky Stout Aston Martin entry. $201,195 for Mr. Beachley. And we're going to actually switch over now because this is starting. We got a fight that's starting to heat up. Let's turn off that autopilot. Santos. He is getting awfully close to Mr. Jason Provolone in the Dirty 630 Audi, which pretty much since the start of this race, that car has looked like an absolute handful for Jason. I don't know if you guys would agree with what you've seen. Oh, he just murdered the 150 board. I don't know if it's a loss of focus or if the car itself is just got problems, but Provolone is struggling.
And I'm tempted to say that's a car thing because Provolone's known to be pretty consistent, relatively decent pace, mid to upper mid pack driver for us at Trackalicious. So I just think that it's a car thing.
Yeah, what a dive from Rogerio Santos. Snuck it up the inside at T1 on Provolone.
Provolone doing a good job to pay attention, not make contact.
Yeah, it was good avoidance from Provolone. Let's see if he can bring the pace figures up with something to go chase. Looking through the rest of the data right now, it looks like the next closest fight is between yourself, Eric, and Mr. Justin Beachley.
Yeah.
This field's starting to spread out a little bit. Mandatory pit stops are going to happen here soon, folks, and then we're going to kind of start to see a little bit more from the field. People are going to start playing cards, and then we'll see how the situation ends up. After passing Provolone, Rogerio Santos in the T-Rex entry just kind of skating off into the distance. So in terms of time penalties, we got Jakob Padberg and Jose Guzman, both with 5-second penalties that they will have to serve during their next pit stop. So that is going to be interesting. The thing about time penalties in particular, I don't know how you feel about this, Jerrick, is when you get a time penalty like that early, it almost, I feel like, is a strategy-changing decision because they're holding on to that 5-second penalty. If they get a drive-through or a stop-go for any other infraction, that's an auto DQ. They're taking a lot of risks.
That's true.
If I remember correctly, I think when you get dealt a penalty, you dealt the penalty from the admin side. I know in particular when the game applies like a drive-through or a stop-go penalty, another auto-applied penalty often results in an automatic disqualification.
Interesting, because I did not have that experience in the 12 hours of Bathurst with OOR.
Interesting.
Because there were some drivers who would have time penalties, just kind of chilling there, and then they would be dealt out again by the admins, like a drive-through.
Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know
they
that.
Just had to serve the drive-through, and then after the drive-through, the time penalty came right back.
Oh no!
That is interesting. I've seen it before, especially in tracks like Misano.
Coasty in the pits. Sorry.
Oh, Coasty's in the pits. Hopefully, that's for scheduled stuff.
Yeah, looks like it.
Could be stopping early, getting that first fuel stop out of the way. So I think with an hour and 51 minutes, Coasty is definitely going the 2-stop route. Going to head up on the jacks, and we're going to see where he cycles out. Meanwhile, Salamone exiting turn 1, or no, excuse me, exiting, he was exiting the Mercedes Arena. So he's in the pits. Curious when Mike Jackson's going to pull the trigger. And I'm going to play it conservative. I really think that something might be wrong with Mike's setup, Mike's car, the tires, something. I think what I'm seeing from the pace figures, I think Mike is like hanging onto a podium like that. I think that's where his head's at. Because I've known Mike for a long time. I really feel like one of the things that kind of impresses me about Mike is he definitely knows. He's very good at figuring out where is his fight at.
Know when to hold him.
Yeah, exactly.
Know when to fold him.
Yes. I'll tell Mike you basically just turned him into the gambler. It'll be so.
There could be another factor in it too, in that he's not just fighting for the race, but also in lead in the championship. So
it's true.
That's another consideration for him, in that he, in the position that he's in currently, it's still a strong finish and a good position for the championship final championship race, the fourth and final championship race.
Yeah, and Salamone, if I remember correctly, had a pretty inconsistent outing in, was it round 2? I know he was really dominant at Imola, but I think caution being the better part of valor here for Mike Jackson definitely could secure him better point standing in the championship. Andres Mostachero is in the pits. Let's actually pull up Mr. Joseph Kostovich right now and kind of figure out, in terms of the overcut, undercut, what we're looking at.
Speaking of outings, Welp, how's the weather looking where you are?
We got some snow and some freezing rain on the ground, but I'm just happy that it's not like torrential snow. So I'd be very sad about that. But it's not too bad. 1:08, by the way, almost 1:09 for Coasty. And Coasty just now into turn 1. Let's see. I think he is going to stay out in front of the 44. Yep, Mostachero still hasn't even dropped off the jacks yet. So Coasty definitely well out in front of Mostachero. So we can turn off that now. Actually, Andres is still showing is in the pits. That is a devastatingly long stop. Not sure what's happening there. Minute 23 could have been tires, maybe. Full fuel tires, perhaps.
Mike Jackson heading into the pits.
So Mike's heading into the pits. We'll pull up Coasty again and use him kind of as the canary to kind of figure out where everybody's going to stack up.
I think Mike Jackson made a really smart call. He was coming up to quite a large pack of lapped cars. Didn't want to bother driving past them.
So Coasty just now exiting Michelin and into Varsteiner Curve. If we're looking at a minute stop at all from Mike Jackson, Coasty's totally going to get around him. But we're going to wait and see. So Mike's up on the jacks. Into the NGK chicane for Coasty, who's behind Rogerio Santos in the T-Rex entry. Now this is for position between these two. On the inside. And he is going to cycle out in front of Mike Jackson into turn 1. Rogerio's not going to actually put up a fight on this, and that's the smart play. Because he's still got a good shot at catching Mike Burkhoff. He's only 2.5 seconds back. Mike Jackson rolling free on the pits. Where is car 44 at? Andres Mostachero just now exiting Vorsteiner Curve, and it looks like Mike Jackson is going to cycle out well ahead of Andres. Mostachero had a 1 minute 37 second stop. Mike Jackson had a 1 minute 11.
Oof.
So that is a lot of time left on the table for Andres. I'm wondering if there's a strategy element to it. Tires could be the factor. Not sure. We'll have to keep our eyes on it. As we start to see more pit stops, we're going to start to unveil a little bit. We're going to lift the veil a little bit more on what cars like the M4 are doing from a strategy perspective. Coasty got the fastest lap of the race so far with a 55.4 in the race. That is not slow. So Salomon yet to pit. I'm thinking from a fuel perspective, I'm not sure if he's fuel saving at this point. He's got a little bit of space on track. Doesn't have to worry too much about traffic. Lexus can really chew through fuel. But it does have some really good engine maps too for saving fuel. It's actually better to do lift and coast in Lexus than it is to use engine maps for fuel save. I just got to wonder about those tires. On-track temperature's 20 degrees. He's got 28 laps on those tires. So John Espiritu in the Slava Ukraini Lamborghini entry comes across the line with a 58.8, trying to chase down Panic Miracle. Currently 18 seconds back, so he's got a long haul in it. Oh, Rogerio Santos is in the pits. Interesting. So looking through the field, let's look at Provolone. Provolone's made a pit stop.
Yeah, unfortunately, trying to figure out what the best spot to let Provolone by, given that he was faster in a pitted car, but
made a mistake going into the chicane.
Yeah. So I feel a little bad about that. Not sure what I could have done differently because I am trying to chase Gabe here. Didn't want to lose time, so I was trying to pick the best time to let him by.
So Santos did cycle out in front of Provolone. So he's got some space between himself and Provolone.
Man, if we ever just have a minute where there's not a whole lot going on, killing some time, we ought to take a look at our 747. Some good stuff on the front and the back, and just really all over the whole car.
Let's do it now. No time like the present.
Let's do it.
So looking at this wonderful Red Eye Endurance entry, look at the colors on this car.
I'm really starting to like the purple and gold. Really has a nice look to it.
Beautiful colors. Love the netting pattern. Right? No bombs. No bombs. Don't invade. Kind of wish at an international level some people might actually get that message.
That'd be wonderful. Some interesting messages on the front as well.
Indeed. Let's take a peek. Not seeing anybody else really pull the trigger on pit stops right now with hour and 41 minutes left in this race. Jakob Padberg in the SLA Esports entry, still about 1.8, 1.9 seconds back from Robert Lewis. Got a 5-second time penalty. He's going to have to... Oh, Solomon's going to the pits. At least that's the words on the street. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow him around. Have a look at the pit exit. We'll pull that up momentarily. Just watching John move the Space Pace Esports entry through Ad Van Bogen, and just has the car just figured out in terms of setup. Into pit entry for Salamoni. On the brakes before the control line. Actually on the brakes well before the control line. Might have cost himself about a 2 or 3 tenths on pit entry. So here he goes. In the meantime, Joseph Kostovich in the 494 on approach to Schumacher. This could be for the lead. 31 laps in the books for the 502 Lexus. Let me pull up the pit wall data back, because I'm kind of curious now. We got Engelman, Kostovich, Jackson. Let's focus and take a look. Still on the jacks as Coasty moves into the NGK chicane. Engelman inherits the lead of the race, but he still has a mandatory pit stop to pull.
Still, though, that's got to feel good.
Oh, man. Exiting Coca-Cola curve. Wow, we are going to have a race to turn 1, folks. Oh, man. Just short. But, man, the gap just closed so much with that pit stop from Coasty. Let's take a look and see what the tail of the tape was on pit stops. So, on pit stops, Coasty clocked in at a 108.9 for his pit stop. 1 minute 11.4 for Salamone, leaving some time on the table. And if I remember correctly from Imola, that was a similar circumstance from Salamone, leaving just a little bit of time on the table on the order of seconds, and that makes a huge difference because now Coasty smells blood. So it's going to be interesting to see on cold tires, because not sure if in that minute 11 were we looking at a tire change, but he's definitely going to have to get a little bit of temperature back in the rubber before he can really mount a solid defense against Coasty, who's already got, to the tune of like 4 laps on these tires. Professor Chronotis, Carlos Guzman duking it out. 2 tenths between them. Into the arena section. John's got to be feeling the pressure. Andreas just pumps a smile into chat. I think teammate of Salamone, I think he's got some information that we don't have into why that was a 1 minute 11 second stop. So cold tires and pressures for Salamone. Let's go to the cockpit cam of the 949 Maka. Oh man, the fight is on for the lead of this race. Hour and 36 minutes left in the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. You're watching round 3 of the Trackalicious 949 Winter Championship. I am Welpcakes in the booth with me. Trackalicious's own Eric Ghoukasian and Jerrick Snyder. Gentlemen, it's starting to get spicy.
Yeah, I apologize for the silence here. Been trying to focus, really trying to take the battle to Gabe here. He's doing a great job defending. Couple of opportunities haven't really worked out my way, but great battle here.
2 cars potentially coming together on the exit of Orsteiner Curve in front of the race leaders, Robert Lewis and Jakob Padberg. Robert Lewis trying to mount the defense on Jakob into NGK. They are close. This is going to bring Salamone into the clutches of Joseph Kostovich.
Man, that is a close pack.
What a train. What an absolute train here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to Padberg. Wow, on the outside. Robert Lewis. Oh, he's on the inside of Salamone. Oh, I don't think he's trying to compromise. Now, these two are for position. Robert Lewis has yet to stop. I think Robert Lewis is just trying to hang on to Padberg, not let him get too far away. But I think the damage has been done, and he's just going to have to let the race leaders get away and then try and mount the challenge from behind.
Man,
Like-
these guys are at such a level.
Yeah.
Lewis just goes a little deep into turn 1 and loses 2 whole positions for it. That is some harsh punishment.
That is harsh punishment, but I think Beltan's going to know. Like, he knew when to back out of it. Now, that said, if he can stick to Kostovic, might be able to surprise Padberg when the race leaders get around, because Padberg is going to have to let these guys go by at some point in time. Yeah, it is nice racing, Andres. It's good that everybody, like, I'm sure the race leaders would have loved for that fight to get out of the way, but at the same time, too, they're racing for position. Like, this all matters, so...
Some spice happening back in P11th through 14th as well. Decent train of them.
Yeah, with the mandatory pit stop starting to take effect now, we're starting to see, like I said, people are starting to play cards, and we're going to see how the trick unfolds before too long. So now Salamoni is in the draft on Padberg. Little bit of a lift into turn 1. Ooh, Kostovic on the outside in turn 1. Can he make it stick? Padberg just gets out of it. Just leaves the space. And that's going to give Kosti the opportunity. Now, the problem was they ran up to these back markers while Kosti's tires were at temperature, and Salamoni was trying to get his tires up to temp. And this might have opened the door for Salamoni to kind of like really start to unlock the pace of that Lexus and start to drive off. We're just going to have to wait and see. All right. I'm looking through the data, folks, trying to switch us over to the next fight that is on, and that's between Carlos Guzman and Professor Chronotis. The gap between Salamoni and Kostovic has grown to about a second. We're going to keep our eye on that fight, because that one's for the race lead. Shane Rees filtering into the traffic. Oh, Carlos had to dive out to the outside. I think there might have been a small touch between him and Chronotis. They both stay on track facing the same direction. Actually, I don't see any contact data in the highlights. I think both of them saw what was about to happen and both bailed out respectively.
Shane getting blasted with a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pits.
That's unfortunate. Now, that's what I'm talking about right there. So he's got a stop-go 30. If he got dealt like an auto penalty from the game, I think that's an automatic DQ. I think you're right, though. I think when you hand out penalties as race admin, that's different.
Maybe. I wouldn't know. I don't get penalties in races. No, that's not true.
That is something we should be testing, though. So, Jerrick, maybe that's something we should take off as the admin team and give it a little quick check to see what it really means, so our drivers are informed.
That's a good idea.
So Carlos losing a little bit of ground to Chronotis now. Let's take a look. So Mitchell inherits the lead of the race, but Salamoni is catching him. Let's actually keep up, because Salamoni's got to find his way around Douglas and has to stay in front of Kosti while he's doing it. So this could get interesting. Look at that shot, folks. M4, Lexus, and a Maka all in a row. With the best racing simulator game engine in my opinion. So Douglas is moving out of the way. Just going to let the race leaders go. Jerrick, I'm going to put us all on mute for a brief moment and take a step away to get some more coffee. And I'm going to switch over to the intermission screen. Everyone, we're going to put on some low music, and you guys can just enjoy this fight for the race lead. You're watching round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. We'll be right back with more commentary. Stay with us.
Hey, Jerrick, can you do me a favor, please?
And we're back. Back on the fight for the lead.
Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Halfway through the race and they're bumper to bumper.
Yep. It's great stuff, man. Great stuff. Had to go get a refill of some coffee and grab an energy bar. Be sure and hydrate everybody. Jay Padberg in the 888 for Slaw Esports in the pits. Going to have to serve that 5-second stop go. Man, this is hot. In the draft into turn 1, Salamoni's going to have to go on the defensive into turn 1, giving him a little bit of the squeeze. Trying to cut off any angles of passing for Joseph Kostovich as they go into the Mercedes arena. I'm just noticing this, Eric, but for some reason, even though I loaded the liveries on other PC, they're not functioning correctly. I'm not getting all of them, so I'm going to have to troubleshoot that for next race.
Yeah, that was happening on my primary machine as well at one point. I had all the GT3 liveries, and then one race they just weren't there.
Yeah, I know. Same deal. When I actually prepare for the race, I get all the liveries together in I create like one zip archive of like everything. And then that's what I distribute to both machines, and they both have the same zip file. They unzip the same thing to the same place, and for whatever reason, it's just not working. Technical gremlins, but, you know, we'll get through it. This fight, man, is getting so hot. Going into Michelin, and Salamoni's going to have to be on the mega defense against the McLaren here. So I am not sure what has happened. Oh, I know what's happened. Douglas Mitchell hasn't pitted yet. Looks like he's running long. He might be trying for the one-stopper. We've got like 5 people all on track that have yet to pull a pit stop. I wonder if they're looking at one stop. Eric, you about to pull a one-stopper?
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. I am in the pits.
So right at about halfway in this race, and Eric pulls the trigger on the pit stop. Maybe with a little bit of save, you could pull it off, man.
Yeah, I don't think I have the
Don't have
chops,
the
chops for that.
Don't have the neurons for that. We're staying close to this fight, folks, but we're going to keep our eye on some of the other action on track. Right now, we got Reed Aldred within 4/10 of Carlos Guzman. Reed pulled the early pit stop. I wonder if Reed did the splash and dash, but he did it right off the bat, and then has been running that 132-liter GTR tank to try and turn it into a pseudo two-stop. Some more backmarker traffic coming into play here. Thank you for the welcome back, Andres. I'm trying to open my energy bar as quietly as possible. Let me tell you, the endurance format, it's well worth the wait to get access to so many good battles like the one we're watching right now. Hour 18 minutes left in this race, and there's less than 2/10 between the race leaders. And they most certainly have at least one stop left in it. Looks like we lost Jakob. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, there he goes. I was gonna say it hadn't updated for me yet. He just got into a collision as well. I'm gonna go see what happened. Maybe he had a
Oh, between him and Mower.
yeah.
But it looks like Mower is still in it. Like he's 7 seconds, 7.2 back from Miracle. But they're still ahead of John in the Slava Ukrainian Lambo.
Jerrick, if that was another contact, he might need a NVC talking to. A steward visit, if you like.
Maybe.
So I'm going to continue to chew on this energy bar. But while we're doing that, I'm going to switch over to the browser real quick for Pitwall. Because I want to kind of highlight something that I think is happening, but I don't know. We're going to let data prove it out. Costy's about 2/10 back from Salamoni right now. They're fighting very heavily right now. Douglas Mitchell just went into the pits. He was only 1.8 seconds behind, or in front of Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson now 24 seconds behind the race leaders. I'm kind of curious how this is affecting their overall pace. So we're going to go take a look real quick. So it didn't really sacrifice their pace all that much from what I was seeing. The 55s that Salamoni was able to put in every now and then, those are gone. Like he's just doing like consistent 56s now. Same with Coasty. Mike Jackson had a shocking lap last lap with a 59. So I don't know. Again, I can't understand if there's like either a setup or a strategy move that Mike Jackson's doing, or if it's just like I was suggesting from a very conservative perspective. Could be he's just like, third's the best this car can do today, and just going to try and stay out in front of Engelman and Mastachero. Let's talk about the standings, though. So after 43 laps, Salamoni's still in the lead of this race. We're keeping our eye on that fight. We got Rogerio Santos in the top right corner of your screen. who's about 9 seconds back from Burkhoff. Rogerio Santos has actually moved up the order quite well. Right now, 9.1 back from Mike Burkhoff, but 1.7 ahead of Douglas Mitchell, who actually qualified, I think, ahead of Santos. Other movers and shakers. Solidly in the mid-pack, Beltan in the 949 Aston Martin. Now P6. Currently 8 seconds ahead of Mike Burkhoff. And in the hunt for Andres Mostachero.
Eric, I'm going to drag you away real quick.
Yep.
The fight is getting real in this best of the rest battle. Other close fights that we're looking at. So Douglas Mitchell trying to catch back up to Rogerio Santos. And then we're keeping an eye on Gabe Carnes, who's 1.6 back from Eric Ghoukasian in the 55 entry for Trackalicious. Lots of hot action to follow along, folks. Thank you all so much, by the way, for joining us today. 22 people hanging out with us. You guys are awesome. We are watching the Trackalicious 949 Round 3, 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. Good stuff. Got some friends in chat. Hope you all are doing well. Shout out to partners in the lower right corner of the screen, Area 52. That is the gang of Carbon, Ed Kerstetter, Dave Carter. Cardo's in chat. Everybody, be sure and check out CardoRacing.com. Cardo Huesca is an ACC online coach. Really, yeah, I'm still sad for Ali too, Cardo. But Cardo's got some really good insights and really good quality coaching rates. Ollie G, man, I was kind of hoping to see you in this race, Ollie. Where are you at? Oh, no, that is you. I'm sorry. I'm going to put it together one time, Ollie. Sometimes you log into a lobby as Ollie G. Sometimes you log in as Ollie Raza. And my brain doesn't have the neurons. Apparently, I'm not smart enough. Maybe I ate paint chips as a kid. But I just hasn't quite connected the dots sometimes. Sorry about the crashes, man. But still, dude, you had a really good pace. The drive-through penalty for Jay Goose, that's what I think that's what Eric was talking about.
Must be for track limits. Ooh, looks like he's struggling with his tires. Just swapped over to him and he's drifting.
Big drifto.
Big drifto.
We've been following this fight for the race lead for a while now. We're going to keep our eyes on it. Hopefully we won't miss any good, solid on-track action, but we're going to tune into another fight that's happening on track right now that's starting to close down over the last couple laps, and that's Douglas Mitchell, as he is trying to chase down Rogerio Santos. Currently 1.3.
Oh, that's what his name keeps reminding me of.
What's that?
Stelio Santos.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm trying to remember what that's from now. It's definitely an animated TV show.
So I think it was because I was running at 4K with 32 opponent visibility, the PC couldn't handle it. Dude, I don't run ACC at 4K. I got a 2080 Ti. No bueno. It's 1440p. It's just, don't get me wrong. When you're racing in a solo AI race, Kostovich gets around Solomon, so I turn off of the action. Hopefully you guys caught it in the upper right corner of your screen, but just looking right now, don't see any contact between them, so it looks like it might have been a clean pass. Or Salamone had a moment. One of the two. Man. Well, if you're running a 4K screen, Depending on what your aspect ratio is, maybe you can run it at 1440p and get away with it. Well, not only less cars. Oh, wheel problems. Oh, no. Salamone having some technical gremlins coming into effect here, and that is just playing into Kostovich's hands. He can't upshift? Oh, no. That is mega awkward. So with an hour and 8 minutes left, does Salamone take the pit stop early so he can try and diagnose the technical problem or at least remap buttons while he's in the pits so that he can continue to take the campaign and try and walk away with as many points as he can?
You know, it's really frustrating. If he does decide to do that, he has to stop before or after his box. Because if you're up on jacks, the game will not let you pause to go take care of any other business.
Indeed, and if he goes to... Oh, it's a problem with his quick release.
Oh, no.
That is unfortunate.
Lately.
Yeah, I was having some problems with my Fanatec DED1 for the longest time. That's why I ended up switching to a wheel where the electronics go around the DD1 now, and the only thing I get from the wheelbase is force feedback.
Interesting.
Yep.
That doesn't get in your way too much?
Nope. No, I mean, it gets in my way right now, mainly just because when this isn't the Fanatec or the wheelbase or the GSI's fault, but I've got a grounding issue right now with my rig that I've got to chase down after moving. Like, I put together the rig and everything, wheelbase is on there. If I'm holding the wheel and I touch the quick release on the wheelbase, de-energize. It's frustrating. But, you know, those kind of things, I mean, that's the thing about a hobby like the one we have, where we got all these, like, technical goodies and fun stuff that we can use. This stuff is, sometimes it feels like you need a bit of an engineering degree to make it work. Oh, you had a problem with your BMW wheel, but you changed to the Porsche wheel and it all works fine. I'm assuming you've got like a Fanatec, like you were running the BMW rim, not the M4, but the earlier one, and you've swapped to either the Porsche 919 or maybe you have the GT3 Endurance one. We're on board with Andres Mustachero in the Steez Nation M4 as he's chasing down Engelman. It's now within a second. Let me tell you, for the technical issues that Salamone's dealing with right now, he's hanging 1.4 in front. Or not in front, but behind Kostovich. So he's not letting him get too far out of touch. Yeah, the 918 RSR. Yeah. Oh, you had the BMW GT?
Well, Salamone seems to be shifting fine for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think either he's got something figured out or cuz he's hanging tough. We're going to jump back to this fight between Douglas Mitchell and Rogerio Santos. Let's get on the Dash Pro of the number 10. Ooh, and there's a punt on the exit of Dunlop. That's unfortunate. Douglas is going to let him go by, it looks like. Rogerio's trying to get back on track, but the race leaders are coming through.
Ooh, sketchy times.
Yep, sketchy times, but look at that.
Ooh.
Very honorable of Douglas, but, you know, those kinds of things still don't necessarily go unpunished. But hats off to him for doing the honorable thing. You linked me the monitor you plan on getting. The Alienware 34-inch curved QD OLED.
Oh, that makes me want to go link the monitor that I want. I think it's a Samsung Odyssey G9.
So for me, I'm still running the Samsung 49-inch 1440p. Or not 14. Yeah, 1440p. and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm very happy with it. It's been a very rock solid monitor for me. It's about 3 years old now, which I think is kind of interesting. I never, I keep forgetting sometimes how long I've been doing this hobby.
Wow, what a beautiful link. Thanks, internet.
Yeah, the G9 the G9 Odyssey is a pretty sweet looking monitor. I think I'm gonna rock this 49-inch curved until the wheels fall off, though. We'll find out. I'm gonna try and get back into some more racing. Been doing LFM on Wednesday nights. That's been a lot of fun. You know, there isn't any scheduled, like, Trackalicious things on Wednesday night. I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. Wednesday nights. Could get a gaggle of, get a gaggle of North American folk in LFM and shake it up. Mike Jackson. I don't know if there was contact between him and... No, there wasn't contact between him and Provolone. Provolone went super off track at Dunlop. Reed Aldred in the pits with an hour and 2 minutes left in the race. It's probably going to be his final fuel stop for the length of this race. So Andres Masachero does make his way around Engelman. Robert Lewis, in the meantime, 16 seconds back from Engelman, but 7 seconds ahead of Burkhoff. So really solidly in the zone. The Mitchell-Santos battle continues. On the inside, Santos comes across, but leaves the space. You could have done the one-stopper had you not gotten smoked on lap 1. I'm sorry about that, Shy Guy. How's the GTR, though? You were asking about setups in Vulcan's channel. Now I know why. Getting setup advice from the Godzilla tamer himself. So Mitchell gets around Santos. The field's starting to stretch out, folks. We're kind of paying attention now. We're kind of in the same spot we were about an hour ago, where as we start to get closer to that second stop for people, it's going to be interesting to see, like, how things shake out. That's going to be the next point for us to check in on. You have a surprise for the Pint Series tomorrow. What? You're not driving the Audi? Like that? Like, I know what you think the surprise is, Blaine, but the real surprise is the fact that you're not driving the Audi. You're driving literally any other car. Spoilers. Well, now you get to keep your surprise. It's important to know the what. 5-second penalty for Douglas Mitchell for causing a collision. Could have been a lot worse if he'd have plowed on ahead, but he did the honorable thing.
Sure would have been.
Looking through the field right now, Carlos Guzman slowly catching up to John Espiritu. 2 seconds between him and John. The Arcane Racing Honda entry. So Andres, if you were wanting to send a message to me, I'm actually not Trackalicious on Twitch. That is Eric Ghoukasian, who's actually in the car right now, so he's probably not going to be able to read it. I am Welpcakes on Twitch. half second between Kostovic and Salamoni right now. Let's switch back over to that right now because that's going to be heating up. Look at that, getting two angles. Well, showing him the nose at Michelin. Was it enough to force Coasty offline? Seen a little bit of balance issue from the McLaren from Coasty. I wonder if the tires... I wonder if he used a lot of life out of the tires to get the pass done. Straight line speed of the Lexus is unlocked as they go through Ad Van Bogen and into the NGK chicane. I don't know what you guys think, Eric and Jerrick, but this right here is without a doubt the best sounding car in the game, in my opinion.
Which car is that?
The Lexus.
It's probably the best sounding GT3.
I was gonna say the Maserati would be in contention for that title.
I think the Maserati takes the cake.
What about the Maserati? I still think the Lexus sounds better, Cardo. I know that's an unpopular opinion, and I know I'm biased. But that's just me. So Douglas Mitchell has got a 5-second time penalty, but can he, before the next pit stop, get that extra 5 seconds somewhere on track, pull that gap on Rogério Santos so he can hang on to this P8 position? We're going to have to wait and see how that works out. Engelman losing ground to Masachero, now almost 2 seconds. Oh my God, homeschool runner leave. Oh, Seagoos. Oh, the battle's heating up between these two.
Cardo's walking away.
On the inside, I think John's just going to let him go. Cardo just drops the keyboard on the ground and walks away from the computer. Provolone's in the pits. Rees is in the pits. Those are second stops.
Oh, there goes Coasty, looking like he's into the pits.
Coasty's into the pits for the second stop. Right up to the line. Man, let me tell you, I've raced with a lot of people in my time in 949, and somebody who systematically has some of the best pit stop procedures in terms of cleanliness and consistency, Joseph Kostovic, could put on a clinic about how to get that done. So John Salamoni is going to inherit the lead of the race, and he's got clear air in front of him. If Coasty's going to try and make the undercut work the magic, it is all down to can Salamoni push and make that overcut be worth it at the end of this race to secure a top finish. Jackson was 21.9 back from the pair when John passed Salamoni. So we'll wait and see. So now the hand has been dealt. We're inside the last hour. Coasty might be using a little bit of the Welpcakes endurance philosophy of rule number 1. Never
Don't lose time.
Well, number 1, don't lose time. Number 2, don't let your opponent undercut you at the end. Just don't. Like, you want to make the decision when as many of the cards are still left on the table. In my opinion, don't let your opponent undercut you at the end. Cardo's rules. Rule number 1, pee before the race. You want to stay hydrated, but you also want to make sure that you're going in feeling fit, feeling fresh, and not feeling, weighed down from early day meals and stuff like that. So kind of want to make sure that your head's clear, ready to get in the car, ready to do the thing. And we've got a lot of guys out here that are doing their thing right now, and they're doing it well. John Salamoni in the lead of this race after 54 laps. 27-second gap on Joseph Kostovich. Joseph Kostovich cycles out of the pits, and I think he's still in front of Andres Mastachero. Oh, man. Is that Neltak? Sorry, I can barely read your name, the color of the font. Yeah, that's Neltak. He said he'd need a 90-second pit stop just for a restroom break. Have either one of you ever had to pull the Super GT restroom break? Let the game auto pitch you while you run off to the bathroom and then try to come back in time?
No.
I think he did that. I can't remember what I think he did it in like GT Sport or something. It's a hilarious video. You should go look it up.
I did just witness a spin in front of me from Provolone. I think he's really struggling with that Audi.
It is a tough car. It is a tough car. The folks that can make it work, that car floats on a knife edge. A lot of people talk about the Porsche being that car. Like, the Porsche is that car, like, some of the time. I feel like that Audi is that car most of the time. That's me. And it's weird, too. I remember before they brought in the second version of the Audi when the game first released, I loved the first version of the Audi so much. It was my go-to mid-engine car. But I would say ever since the second version came out, like, for me, I can't drive either one of them.
Really? See,
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of, well, not heard, but, you know, the second version of most cars, the, like, Evos of the world, are usually the better versions. The Gen 1, I say Gen 1, the first version of the Mercedes Evo in the game, that thing was horrible. All kinds of snap oversteer, and now the Evo, it's great. It's all around. It's
So,
fantastic.
my go-to cars when ACC first released was for mid-engine, Audi, front engine, Mercedes. And the thing is that I already had experience driving the Mercedes in iRacing, and you cannot downshift that car aggressively.
No.
So you kind of have to, like, your braking zone ends up being not necessarily longer, but you end up spacing your gears out over a threshold braking portion. So it is really down to you having a rhythm about how you approach your corners. Like, you have to, like, it's just one more bowling pin you have to keep in the air. Like, most people when they're going into corners, it's like braking point, turn in, corner exit when you're on throttle, like that stuff. But with the AMG, it's not only that, it's like braking, okay, downshift, turn in, you know, that kind of thing. Like, you got to mentally have a rhythm about it. I love the first gen AMG. It's one of my favorite cars.
The good news about the
Whoa.
AMG.
Was that a legit track cut we just witnessed? Wow.
AMG's pretty good on the brakes, so the fact that you can't really downshift to help you out, not a huge deal breaker, I would say. But if you can get it to downshift and not just murder itself, you can stop basically on a dime, maybe a nickel.
The last person that told me they could do something on a dime was one of 949's, a friend of 949, Mr. Patty McNichol of Scrubs Go Racing. He said he could get the rider to turn on a dime. So I sent him a picture of the world's biggest dime, which is in Texas, and it's about the size of like a person. I'm like, yeah, sure, you can turn on a dime. You can turn on that dime.
Mr. McNichol could get the car to turn in on a dime. Interesting.
Yes. It's puns. The whole thing is full of puns. It's just puns for days. Andres Mastachero, after the pit stop, Costi still cycled out in front of Mastachero. Costi's 31 seconds back from Mike Jackson, who has yet to take his second stop. How are the lap times? Well, let's head on over to pit wall and find that out. And get that pulled up real fast for you. Do-do. So after the pit stop, pace figures are relatively, like, Coasty's punching a little bit quicker over the lap. Like, we got over the last 10, like, came out of the pits about a minute behind, already up to 58.8. So a little bit quicker. His average lap time is 56.1. Salamoni's punching in at a 56.4. And Salamoni's got 26 laps on these tires, so we're thinking probably another 5 laps before he's going to jump into the pits. Going to have to. Mike Jackson's in the pits for his last stop. Let's add him to the list. So Coasty on his last stop, a 1 minute 8 for his stop. We'll leave this ticker running for Mike Jackson while we wait to find out what his last pit stop's going to look like. Meanwhile, on track, we got Reed Aldred in the 33. Mr. Shy Guy 98. Comes across the line. He's in front of Coasty. Trying to chase down Carlos. Or actually, that's Jose he's trying to chase down. Still waiting to see when Mike Jackson's going to drop off the jacks. On board with, I believe this is Engelman in the red eye. Oh, now we're on board with Salamoni, who is yet to take his final pit stop. Got to be getting close, though.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Off the jacks, a minute 8 for Salamoni, so Salamoni's good to the regs. Where did he cycle out?
Arrow?
Waiting to see where Kostovich is. Kostovich might have just pulled it off. He is just now going through Vorsteiner curve. Now, either he pulled like an amazing... Oh, wait a minute. Salamoni hasn't stopped yet. I'm so dumb. Everybody, bear with the commentator with no brain. We're still waiting for Salamoni to take his stop. He's at 27 laps. Currently at a 56.5 on the average. 56.2 for Coasty. So Coasty's got about 3/10 in tow. If they have equivalent pit stops, that would be enough for Coasty to get past him on pace alone. So Salamoni's either going to have to start milking some extra juice from the Lexus, or he's going to have an absolute banger of a stop if he's going to stay out in front. Because he's got 58 laps in the books. He's got, again, 30 laps under his, 27 laps under his belt in the Lexus, and 44 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. Field is still spreading out. We still got people that haven't pulled their second pit stop yet. Good chunk of the field. Still waiting to see.
Mitchell, with his 5-second time penalty, sitting just over 4 seconds ahead of Santos.
Yeah, so Mitchell does have more pace in tow than Santos, but the thing is, he's still got to pull the pit stop. He's got to take the 5 seconds, and he's got to do whatever he's going to do for his final pit stop to get good, to get to the checkers. So I think Santos is still well within range of pulling a gap on him. Mitchell had a really good start and then just kind of like kind of like with situation with Padberg, just everything just kind of fell away. In fact, almost all of the M4s that were inside of the top 10 are fighting tooth and nail to stay in the top 10 for the end of this race. I think it's time for us to check in with our man on the ground. Mr. Eric Ghoukasian in the Trackalicious BMW M4 Car 55, currently 15th, 5.1 back from John Espiritu, but you're pulling a gap on Provolone.
Yeah, you know, I apologize for the silence, but I did notice that the quieter I am, the better my lap times are.
Absolutely. No problem at all. No problem at all with that.
But I am chasing Espiritu, if that's how you say his name. I'm sorry if I butchered it. I'm now considering what my final pit stop strategy should be, given that I have 15 liters left. I'm thinking fuel, no tires, and take the gamble and see what happens.
Fuel, no tires would be good. Would definitely save you a little bit of time. The key thing to think about with fuel, no tires is the amount of fuel that you have to put in the car needs to be shorter than the amount of time it would take to put on tires anyway. So if you're going to spend more than 30 seconds sitting still to get fuel, it's worth it to take tires.
I believe almost a full tank is only like 27 or so seconds.
Interesting. I didn't know it was that fast. That's crazy. 27 seconds to pump like 120 liters into a car?
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone know in chat what the rate is, the fuel per second or liters per second in ACC?
Well, it's definitely not linear, because
no, it's not.
The first liter takes like 2 or 3 seconds,
Mm-hmm.
and then every liter thereafter is another, I don't know, like a half second-ish.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, aren't the fueling rates for the cars different?
I don't know.
So what you're saying is I made a big dumb by taking tires and not fully fueling up, whereas I could have done a splash and dash at the end.
It depends. Again, it depends. If you're gonna be in that box for less than 30 seconds, and from what Jerrick says, and I would take Jerrick's advice over mine any day of the week. From Jerrick's advice, like 27 seconds, you're gonna save yourself 3 seconds in the box. 3 seconds in the box puts you 1 second behind Espiritu. All things being equal.
Take full fuel.
That is if you take full fuel, but you're not going to need to.
No.
But yeah, but like the splash and dash at the end is probably a little bit better on time.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. This is this is the equivalent, folks, of monkeys with typewriters writing Shakespeare, but for sim racing and race strategy. How many people does it take to get Eric's pit stop set? But that said, I agree with Jerrick.
Carter says, I would take tires. Lap times will be better towards the end.
That is true. You'll be on fresh rubber, or you'll be on lighter fuel. Think about that.
Yeah.
But are you going to gain all that time back that Carter's pointing out now. If you can gain those lap time back from all the time you got to take grabbing tires. So let's just say you're going to be up on the jacks for 15 seconds, taking just fuel, and 30 seconds if you take fuel and tires. Well, are you going to make up that 15 seconds with the newer tires over the last little bit?
That's going to be a question that only you can answer, Eric. How much faster are you on fresh rubber?
A second, maybe.
Second? So
you only need 15 laps.
Yep. You'd only need 15 laps to get it back. Coasty comes across the line, and he is going to pass John Salamoni in the pits. Now, folks,
the race is on.
We've got a sprint race. The 502 Lexus comes out behind the 949 Sim Racing McLaren, but it is the Lexus. So if we're talking, so Salamoni does not need to save these tires, and he does not need to save fuel anymore. if he's full attack mode, and we've seen him pump in averages that are in the low 56s, it's game on, because Kostovic is not leaps and bounds. He's just now exiting Valvoline towards Dunlop. It's definitely on.
6 seconds, 6-second gap plus the time to pass for the next 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be
That's
be tough. It's gonna be close.
It's for all the marbles.
Like tire marbles, not even like glass marbles.
So Andres Borchers is asking, what do I have to do to be able to ride Kyalami as a guest? I really enjoy your streams and the racing with these guys. Andres, the only thing you really need to do is register in the race app site. Book yourself for the final round of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. And what I'm going to do for you right now, sir, is we're going to jump on over to Discord here, and
is he trying to race, or
he's trying to get in that round 4? I think he is trying to get into that round 4.
And he has an option to go to 949 as well. You guys are probably fully booked already, right? But
we our seasons are booked, but man, let me tell you, we've got the reserve list, and man, we've got wild card entries every week, and it has been a lot of fun with that format. I really think that formula works really fantastic. One, it keeps your grid kind of foolish, but then the other thing is too is that there's some people that are just like, I can't make it to every single race, and I know I'm not racing for the championship, but I like this league. They book themselves as a reserve driver. And when their number comes up on if they want to be in the league permanently or not, they just say no, pass it on to the next guy, and then they can still, whenever there's a slot in the lineup, can still race as a wild card entry. It's a really good formula, and we've been enjoying it a lot. So I'll say this, Andres, absolutely. Register for the race. Get in the Trackalicious Discord or the 949 Discord. Salamoni's already in the Trackalicious Discord. You might want to just follow his lead and jump on in there. Get registered. Get booked for round 4. Come join us. Are you Alexis Main as well, like Salamoni? Be interesting to find out. The lead's already down to 5.5 seconds between Kostovic and Salamoni. Let's actually switch over real quick while we're looking. Actually, we'll give it another few laps because he's only got like 1 lap on these tires. Let's see what it looks like when he starts to get a little bit more time under his belt, and we'll check in on that. Let's look right now for a fight on track. It looks like John is slowly gaining on Carlos Guzman. 1.3 seconds now is the gap between the 121 Lamborghini and the 39 Arcane Motorsport entry. Guys, we're almost at the half-hour mark for this race, and it has been non-stop action. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. You're watching round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. Kyalami for the season finale, Jerrick. That's going to be a spicy one.
Very spicy.
So you would probably know better than anyone, but you might not know off the top of your head. What is the time and weather conditions for that race?
Excellent question. Pernotis is the one who did all that work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I know how to go find that info.
The thing I will say is that historically for the last 3 rounds, we've had some form of time multiplier in play. I suspect we'll probably have the same thing. With Kyalami being the track that it is, if nighttime is a factor, folks, it's going to be very fun to watch because Kyalami at night is kind of spooky. It's kind of a weird track like that. It's very dark, and you have a lot of blind corner entries that, when at night, are kind of weird. Entry into the S's is blind. Entry into the Leo Cup hairpin is blind. Exit of Cheetah is blind. It's very, very tricky. It's a very tricky track at night. So it's going to be interesting if we end up going to Kyalami at night. You'll definitely want to check that out.
Sorry, quick question for the engineering team here. 33 minutes. 158 a lap, 3 liters a lap of fuel. That's about 45, 50 liters.
Three. So you're doing what? 150 what's?
58.
Okay. So that
It's about 54 liters of fuel, says my little calculator.
Okay,
3 liters a lap, 33 minutes.
I'm gonna go no tires, guys. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Do it. Do it.
14 seconds.
That is.
Sorry, Cardo. I'm going against your expert opinion, but I also think my delta between slow and new and old tires are a lot less than I think they are.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's with the power of science. So Andres Mostachero, I'm going to look at pit wall real quick. I just want to check the GT3 runners. Mostachero goes into the pits for a 1 minute 8 second stop. Cycles out. Eric's going into the pits. Here's where he's going to take his fuel no tires. Mostachero is going to try and find his way around Douglas Mitchell, who still has yet to serve his final pit stop and 5 seconds. So we got Kostovich, Salomon, Jackson, Engelman, Lewis are your current top 5. But I believe Engelman, Lewis, Burkhoff, and Mitchell all have yet to stop.
I'm going to pop back in here. I did some digging, and assuming it doesn't change, the start time for Kyalami is around 3 a.m. in game time.
Interesting. What's the time multiplier?
It'll still be 2.
Still be 2. Interesting. Okay. So it'll be cold and dark, but the sun will get close to. We'll get close to sunrise. We'll get some little bit. I forgot what the actual technical term is when the sun starts to appear, but it's not fully up. Because there's sunrise, sunset, there's twilight.
Oh, dawn.
Well, there's dawn, but there's a delta between dawn and like sunrise, and I forgot what it is. You know what'll tell me that? An actual weather almanac.
Oh yeah. The internet's pretty good at knowing things.
It is. So, there is sunrise. So transit is the time between sunrise and sunset. Civil twilight comes before sunrise. Nautical twilight comes before civil sunrise. Astronomical twilight begins before that. So, sorry, doing a little bit of meteorology nerding here. Man, we got some traffic coming up for these guys. Mostachero still hasn't found his way around Douglas yet. He said about 3 liters of fuel per lap. Cardo. Mostachero does get around Douglas in the arena section.
Uh-oh.
That's not good to hear when you come out of the pits.
Losing pressure on the right rear.
Puncture?
I don't know.
So fuel, no tires. Oh, right rear. What curb strike would have caused a puncture on right rear? Exit of the arena?
Chicane.
Oh, also, yeah, NGK would do that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
You losing pressure fast?
No, but it's affecting, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, one whole PSI low on the right rear, unfortunately. But we're gonna nurse this. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, boys.
John Salomon in the Space Pace Esports entry, currently inside 3 seconds from Joseph Kostovich. Now that we've had some time for Salomoni to get his tires up to speed, let's take a look at the tail of the tape when it comes to pace figures. On the pit wall scene, we've got the data from the last 10 laps for these two gentlemen. Let's actually take a look at the data after the pit stop. You can already see, cycling out of the pit stop, 6.5 second gap between Kostovich and Salomoni, and then that just starts to dwindle. You can see it's already down now to about 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds or less. So Kosti's got to be aware that Salomoni is pushing. Average lap time for Salomoni, waiting for that data to update. Kostovich's average lap time. Going to wait for the next booking. 56.1. Salomoni's 55.4. So a 7/10 advantage in favor of Salomoni right now. He is gaining a lot. Panic Miracle, part of the Mr. Mowers Emporium, currently catching, I believe that is the 47 Red Eye Endurance entry of Mike Burkhoff. Now, I believe this isn't for, well, Burkhoff's going in the pits. Oh, he goes deep into it. He just barely missed the wall. Barely. So Panic Miracle trying to chase down Chronotis. You can see him in the distance.
I like pit entries like that. You know, I'd much rather take some damage instead of a stop-go 30.
Yes.
Both are bad.
Both are bad, but one of them could be race ending.
Yes.
And by that I mean the damage. Stop go 30 will be will possibly ruin your result, but taking the damage could possibly ruin your race. It also depends on the pit entry too. You take the wall at Laguna and that's race ending.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, Chronotis has got some traffic in front of him. He's got the CC racing entry of Carnes, who's running P18 right now. Still got 21 runners. Only lost 2 cars from the race. So Panic Miracle getting around Carnes, trying to chase down Chronotis. The gap between the race leaders right now is under 2 seconds. Chronotis is pumping out some of the fastest laps we've seen this race. He's got the fastest lap in the race overall of a 55.0.
Chronotis?
Oh, no, not a Chronotis. Salomoni.
Oh. It's still pretty fast.
A 55.0.
I think we saw 54 nines in quali, and that was
The quali lap from Jackson was a 55.4, I believe. Or not 55, a 54.4. It's just that, again, it's like the quali pace is like one thing, but doing 55, breaking into 54s in a race, that's crazy, crazy town. 55.3 last lap, 56.1 for Joseph Kostovich. This is getting wild. We're on board with Panic Miracle right now as he's trying to find his way around Chronotis. Chronotis is not making it easy for him. Beachley's in the pits. And 24 minutes left in the race. It is 23 degrees. Air temperature, 26 on track. Clear skies. Oh, looks like Chronotis goes wide at Dunlop, and Miracle's just going to slip on the inside and drive off into the distance. Somebody we haven't checked in on in a while, Beltan, 621, and the 949 Sim Racing Aston Martin. Holding fifth.
Jeremy Engelman right in front of him, heading into the pits.
And so Engelman and Lewis racing for, effectively, I think they're racing for fifth, because Mastachero pitted before they did, and I'm pretty sure we'll see when Mastachero comes across the line, but I'm pretty sure Mastachero's in the Lewis pit window. Mike Jackson, pole position runner, firmly in third. Last lap from him was a 55.3 or 56.3. Yeah, again, I just feel like Mike just hanging on to what he can hold on. Uh-oh. Here's the fight.
You know, I wonder if Mike went with a dry wet setup, given our history in the server to have variable weather races.
Could be it. Ooh, Salamoni on the inside in turn one, just showing him the nose. Might have compromised Costy's line a little bit going into the arena.
Man, if I had to put some eggs in a basket, it would be the assumption for wet. Andreas says, we still see pit wall.
Oh, you still see pit wall? Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Thank you, folks, for keeping your eye on the commentator with no brain. Oh, Salamoni has an awful exit out of Valvoline. Yeah. Thanks, Andres. Sorry about that. You guys have just been staring at the stint screen. Just F's in chat for my brain. We're going to laser focus in on this fight, folks, for a bit.
Nicely done, Eric.
That was a bit selfish. I wanted the toe on the straight.
Ooh. Getting pretty close there.
I know. Oh, they touched.
Oh. Little kiss. Ghosty's got to be sweating so hard.
I know. Turning his steering wheel grips to powder.
Just like stickers on a real car, the tighter you hold onto your steering wheel, the faster you go.
Yep.
And the harder you push into your pedal. The more you push, the more they work.
I mean, these are all like
Facts of life.
well, they're basically like maxims of the known universe. Red cars are faster.
Yes.
Oh, into NGK, man, they are side by side.
Oh my god.
Oh. And this is...
I think I just saw Salomon doing the little bit of flash, saying, "Hey, come on." I'm gonna go look at that one. See if there was any cutting off going on.
Costi is not going to make it easy, but 17 minutes and 56 seconds is going to be a long time to hold. And the thing is, the longer they tussle and the more they make contact, like that does not play well for Costi's advantage either, because he's in the McLaren. Like the Lexus is like a tank. The Maka is like a napkin.
God, just inches between them going into the chicane.
Okay, camera. This is a great look at the ground. Ooh. On the outside of Michelin. Oh, Costi's got a lot of the curb. This is it. This is when the move's going to get done. Into Varsteiner curve. Robert Lewis is in the pits. Masachero is 23 seconds back. I think that's well within the window. I think Robert is racing Engelman more than Masachero. A little bit of oversteer from the Lexus on corner exit. Ooh, back markers in front. This could get spicy. To be fair also, between the two of them, their pings are pretty different. Oh, massive oversteer moment though for Costi. That's not going to help us fight. Not at all. Ooh, wow, this is going to be so hectic. Jose just gets clean out of the way. He's like, nope, I'm going to nope right out of this.
Good call, good call.
But in the meantime, these guys are actually fighting for positions. And Provolone's trying to make the lineup on the outside. Guzman really making it hard for him. This is pulling the fight back in for Costi. This is exactly what he wants. The longer they can hold Salomoni up.
Oh man, 2 battles in a row.
Salomoni's actually got a fight side by side with a back marker. Oh, nope.
Whoa.
Guzman's off track. Oh no. Please tell me he was going into the pits for real. That would be terrible.
Wow, what luck for the leaders.
Sheesh, man. That got so sketch.
Oh.
14 minutes, 16 seconds left in this race. You got to wonder, too, from a pace perspective, pumping in those 55s like that, I wonder how much life Salomoni is zapped from the tires. This is just wild. so much fun to watch.
I don't know. It's pretty close between this, what we're watching now, and the pit wall stuff we were looking at earlier.
You mean the stint screen? the stint screen? Here, let's get some more of that. Let's get some more. Let's get some more of the stint screen.
It's just leave it there and just walk away.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, this is what you. Imagine how much content is being created right now. Look at that. We'll look at it for real though. Seriously. So 56.1 is the average for Salamoni. Meanwhile, 56.4. So 0.3 advantage right now in John's favor. Costy's not that far off in terms of pace, but still 0.3 with 14 minutes left in this race. That is light years in terms of a gap. That's just going to continue to grow. Taking a look at some of the other runners out on track right now. We're on board with one of the Aston Martins of Mr. Engelman. Let's take a look at Engelman right now. We got Engelman.
Mr. Data, when you have a sec, could you tell me how many pit stops Mr. Mitchell has taken?
Mr. Mitchell? Let's go take a look at Mr. Mitchell. You know what's great about Pitwall.live? What I love? You see this little GT3 button next to the symbol? I can punch that and I can get everybody's. Look at that. Bam.
Bam. That's cool.
So where is, what car number is Mr.
He is car number 10.
Car number 10. Car number 10 has taken, as soon as I understand, one pit stop. He did 42 laps on his first stint.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. He's trying to do the one stopper, I guess.
Yeah, he's got a 5-second time penalty he's still going to have to deal with, but that's pretty brave.
And
I got that a while ago.
Can I just add that Carlos Guzman, coming out of the pits, has slotted right into this battle for 14, 15, 16 with Reed, Aldred, and I.
You're still fighting that low pressure in the rear?
Yep.
Wanna become famous, buy followers at this link. That sounds kind of sketch. I feel like I should
delete that, please.
delete that, yeah.
Just like... Welcome to Welpcakes' Technology Hour. When you get an email with a link, don't click it. Just don't.
If it's a link your boss sends you, make sure it's actually your boss.
And
not somebody pretending to be.
The thing I'll say about the bots is they do at least make me feel like I'm never lonely, because you know the bots always want to stop by and tell me how I can make friends and get followers, and then they're always calling because they're so interested about my auto warranty expiring. I never feel alone.
My auto warranty and all the like debt that I don't have, all my accounts that I also don't have. It's great.
So let's look at this from Reed's perspective.
Eric, I know you sent me the Trackalicious login at one point. Has it changed since then?
Ooh.
Not a good time now.
Sorry.
That was we probably just watched like 1 year shaved off of Eric's life.
Yeah, I saw that coming, but I trust Reed. I know he's got his head on straight.
Bringing the GTR out on track in 1.8 land like an absolute legend. You know what we're going to do? We're going to check in with Douglas Mitchell.
Come on.
Engelman's got a fight on his hands. Now, here's the thing that's working out for Robert Lewis right now. Mitchell's got a 5-second penalty, and he's fighting with Engelman. Meanwhile, Robert Lewis is within 5 seconds of Mitchell, and Mitchell's fighting with Engelman. So, like, I'm pretty sure Beltan's, like, rubbing his hands together, like, this is great. Fantastic. Keep it up, guys. At the front of this race, Salamoni's skated away by about to the tune of 1.6 seconds. So we got Salamoni, Kostovic, and Papakame are your top three right now. Mastachero in fourth, kind of in the middle of Nowheresville, but still holding on to a good fourth place finish is a good haul of points. And then we got Engelman, Mitchell, Lewis, Burkhoff. We're waiting to see how far behind he is. Lewis has already shaved a half second between Engelman and Mitchell. So he's now only 3 seconds back. Also looking down the order, Jerrick is 7/10 behind Carlos Guzman, and Reed is less than 2/10 behind Jerrick. So quite the scrap going on track.
All right, unfortunately, I do not have access to the account at the moment, so Mr. Bot, you are going to get away with your devious comment for today.
Your devious shenanigans. Mitchell, in the meantime, 3/10. Margins are slim. We're going to switch back over to Jerrick and Reed, though, because that is also getting pretty spicy. Ooh, on the inside. Oh, at NGK. What a defense. Ooh, both of them take it to the grass. I like it. You're playing mind games.
I just need a little bit of room to see if I could do anything with Carlos, and then maybe have Carlos be a buffer for me.
Ooh, Engelman into the wall on the exit of Coca-Cola. Lost the rear end. I didn't see contact between him and Mitchell.
Possible contact. I'll go take a look.
I mean, it didn't. Like, but the thing is that camera angle switched the moment that he snapped into the wall, so I could not see for sure. Oh, Carlos is off. Oh, he's going to have to try and defend against Reed, but Reed's on the outside. Carlos is on the inside into Michelin. Jerrick might get a little bit of breathing room out of this.
Exactly what I wanted. That right there.
And Engelman
Perfect.
now under threat from Robert Lewis. Let's go pop on over to the Beltan cam. Carnes is touching a little bit of grass on the exit of Valvoline.
Does not appear that there was contact. Unless there was a lot of lag, no contact.
Yeah, on the inside. Oh, Engelman. Oh no, there's a touch. There's a touch between Carnes and Engelman. Beltan gets a little bit of contact with Engelman as Engelman goes broadside into the corner. Margins were way too close for Beltan to probably be able to do anything about that, but that's why they don't hire me as the steward. Rogerio Santos, a little bit in no man's land himself, 4 seconds back from Mr. Mower, but 19 seconds ahead of Panic Miracle. Reed Aldred actually is starting to gain on Carlos. And the gap between Kostovich and Salomon now is 6 seconds. Salomon is running off. You said it at the beginning of this, Jerrick. Salomon wanted it. It's his home track.
Gotta fly the German flag in Germany.
I'm going to take a look at that pit stop data now because I'm kind of curious how many people actually tried the one stopper. So we definitely got we definitely had, who is it that was pulling the one-stopper? Car 10. Oh,
yes. Mitchell.
Mitchell, yeah, Douglas Mitchell. And then we've got Mr. Mower. Looks like he's pulling the one-stopper. Miracle is pulling a two-stopper.
Diversifying the team strategy, smart.
Reed is still trying to find his way around. We're in the closing minutes, folks. 3 minutes, 4 seconds left in this race. 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring is about to be in the books. On the inside of Ford. Aldred's trying to hang around the outside. That is not the fast line around. Carlos is going to live for another couple corners. At Dunlop. Cuts the nose off, but slides out wide, and that's going to be the opportunity that Reed wanted. Ooh, 5-second time penalty for Engelman. Causing a collision. That is going to push him out of range from Robert Lewis, but he still has an opportunity to stay out in front of Mike Burkhoff. And Reed's starting to pull away now. So that move is done and dusted. Let's take a look now at the field. Looks like Robert Lewis did make his way around Engelman. And let's take a look at the data. He's got to get within 5 seconds of Mitchell. Does he have the pace, though? Let's take a look at... I'm going to take a look at pit wall. I'm going to leave the screen up.
Be right back.
Let's take a look at the GT3 data for Mitchell and Lewis. Does look like Mitchell is pulling a little bit of a gap. Last lap from Mitchell was a 57.6, so almost a second. Oddly enough, Engelman and Robert Lewis just put in the same lap time last lap. 58.610, both of them. Bizarre. So 58.2 for Lewis. 58.0 for Mitchell. Mitchell going to continue to grow the gap a little bit. Going to check in with some folks we haven't looked in on in a while. Mr. Mike Jackson. Firmly in third. Yep, last lap. Indeed. Got my eye on the clock. It's about to tick down. .24 seconds back from Coasty. Well, 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, we started round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship, and this man right here, Mr. John Salomon in the Space Pace Esports Peacemaker, was not on pole position, but was alongside Mike Jackson on the front row of the grid. And long race, but had the pace in the last stint to reclaim the lead. He's only got 4 more corners left.
In other news, Mitchell is about 8 seconds ahead of Lewis. That'll be only 3 seconds after the penalty.
Yep.
So Mitchell's going to hang on to 5th.
Indeed.
Impressive.
Into Coca-Cola curve for the last time. Took 3 rounds to get the victory, but definitely worth it for him to do it on home turf. Taking the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring. John Salomon in the Space Pace Esports Peacemaker. That is going to be sweet for John for sure.
Ooh, that's really interesting. So Mitchell finished ahead, well, crossed the start-finish line ahead of Salomon.
Yep.
Lewis right behind him.
Yep.
So now what happens?
Lewis will finish behind him. Lewis will finish behind him. It's a done deal. So Costy's going to take second. Mike Jackson's going to come across the line in third for 949. So 949 P2, P3. And then Andres Mastachero still has his lap to finish, but is slotted for fourth, as is Douglas Mitchell's slotted for fifth. He's got to finish his lap out. Robert Lewis is going to seal the deal at sixth. Engelman in seventh. Burkhoff in eighth. We're going to wait until the end of this race probably to get the rest of them. We got some folks that are still finishing their laps out. But this one's going to be in the books for us. Man, what a race. Woo! Eric comes across the line in front of Reed, and boy, is he relieved.
I have to say that no tire strategy, I think, got me 2 or 3 positions. I think
Carlos might be low on fuel. He is limping it home. He might have gotten his calculations wrong on that last pit stop. You don't know how I talk for 2.4 hours? I mean, it's easy. I'm just built different. Masachiro taking fourth. That was a hard race, but he kept his composure, taking home a fourth place finish. Douglas Mitchell looks like he slotted in for fifth. Comes across the line, and that's it, folks. Let's jump on over to the timetable. Turn into the garage. And there you have it, folks. Oh. Nope, seriously, give me the timetable. Salamoni in the 502, taking the win. We got 949 P2, P3 with Joseph Kosovic and Mike Jackson, respectively. Masachero in fourth, Douglas Mitchell in fifth, Robert Lewis, Beltan, the Godfather 949, sixth place. Jet Engelman coming in seventh with the 747. Mike Burkhoff with car 47. The sister Red Eye Endurance Aston Martin entry in eighth. Mr. Mower's in ninth with the Mr. Mower Emporium BMW. Rogerio Santos in the T-Rex Scuderia coming across in 10th. Panic Miracle in the sister Mowers Emporium BMW. 11th on the grid. Professor Chronotis in the ETK K-Team M4 entry 12th. Jason Provolone in the Dirty 630 comes across in 13th. Eric, 14th, man. Good job. In the Trackalicious entry, car 55, in front of Reed Aldred in the Aldred Esports, or Aldred Motorsport, or Autosport? Can't remember what your team name is, Reed. Sorry about that. In the 33 GTR, 15th on the grid. Carlos Guzman in the Arcane Motorsport entry, 16th on the grid. We've got Carnes in the CC Racing, Aston Martin, 17th. John Espiritu in the Slava Ukraini Lamborghini, 18th. Justin Beachley in the Lucky Stout. He finishes 19th. Shane Reason, 949 UK Colors, finishes 20th. Jose Guzman in the RG Racing, 21st. Then we got Jakob Padberg, Does Caps Matter, and Ali Raza rounding out the bottom of the grid. And that's it. That is the 2 hours and 40 minutes of Nürburgring.
Well, who are our top three so I can go talk to him, try to drag him up here?
That would be Salamoni, Costi, and Jackson.
Jackson. All right, that was the third guy. Go see if I can get them up here.
Indeed. Man, what a race, Eric. Had a little bit of everything. Really, really fun experience, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed it. I'm going to pull up these highlights. Let's go ahead and get those pulled up real quick. Give me those NURB highlights. All right. Looks like we've got a couple people in here already. Let's give it another moment. So while we are waiting, we can start the interviews in reverse order. You ready, Eric? You need a minute?
Sorry, just got back.
Gotcha. So we do have Coasty and Mike Jackson in the stream team room with us. Let's start with you, Mike. Pole position. It seemed like it was in the stars that you were just gonna really unlock some pace in that McLaren, but then after the race started to drop down the order pretty quick, or not down the order pretty quick, more down to third, and then kind of like sit there. What happened with the strategy or with the setup?
Unfortunately, I got my pressures wrong on the start, and it caused me to have a bit of a spin out of turn 5. And once I'd spun, it just roasted the tires. So then I was just trying to hang on until the pit stop.
See, we are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, other than that, I seem to have decent pace. I could at least keep with everybody. But John and Coasty drove a great race.
After the incident, it did seem like you kind of like locked in place behind kind of like Coasty and John's pace, pretty much pound for pound. So that kind of tracks. Sorry to hear about the spin and stuff like that, but still, like monster pace in qualifying, and again, good consistency pretty much through the entire race after the first stint. So you got to be at least taking that as a bit of like cold. It's not what you wanted, but it's definitely cold comfort going into the final round. So, but how are you feeling with the McLaren and with Kyalami being the next race on the calendar? Do you feel like it's going to be kind of a track that you can kind of like mount a bit of a charge and a comeback on?
Unfortunately not. I don't think the McLaren is considered to be very good there. So it's one of its weaker tracks. I love the track. So I have fun there. So I'll try and get as much out of it as I can. But yeah, I'll do the best I can and try and keep it consistent again. Usually that helps.
If I remember correctly, you got 2 race wins in front of this anyway. So from a points perspective, you got some advantage in the points. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know what the advantage is. I have to look at it after it's tabulated after this race. But
interesting. Well, either way, man, the pole position was blistering. You did salvage a podium spot out, so congratulations to that, Eric. Anything you want to ask Mike?
No, I think something to take away from this race for Mike is that I think it's still a positive in that given the error and the tire pressures, he was still able to come in 3rd place, which is huge for the point standing. So still solidly in 1st place moving into the last round at Kyalami. So I think he's, even with the hesitation and the reservedness of the Malka's performance in Kyalami, I think he's sitting pretty right now.
Appreciate it.
Good deal, man. Congrats. Coasty, man, you gave us quite a show on that last stint, man. How was the race, all in all?
Race was good. First and foremost, I have to thank Mike for the setup because I came into this with no setup. So none of this would have been possible without that. I think I got lucky with the pressure setup as opposite to Mike in the first stint, which allowed me to capitalize on that. The second stint was just kind of trying to keep as close to Solemnity as possible. Because yeah, monster pace. And then after the pit, I thought I had a little bit of a cushion there with the 6-second gap. But once I saw he somehow found like another 0.6 a second per lap, I was just like, okay, I'm going to have to make this very wide.
Yeah.
And I made it too wide in Schumacher, and that was that.
All in all, though, man, you gotta like you've had some races where you've tried some big brain strategy plays, but still, in terms of like coming home with the podium finish and taking the fight to Salamone, you got to be at least happy with the overall outcome. And you're going into Kyalami, and Mike's right, the Malka isn't really good there, but historically you're not bad there, so you got to be at least hopeful to get some good points out of the last round.
Well, if it's anything like the 949 race on Thursday, I don't know about that.
Well, you just had bad luck. Come on now. That was just unfortunate. But still, like impressive in terms of the strategy, executing on the strategy, good pace to keep up with Salamone and make a really spectacular fight that we all got to watch over the span of a decent chunk of time, both in the second stint and in the third stints, respectively. So, but yeah, massive congratulations. Eric, anything to add?
No, I mean, the expectation is always high from Coasty, and I have yet to see him not deliver on that. So congratulations to you. Again, looking forward to that last race.
Thank you.
And now the man of the 2 hours and 40 minutes, John, you got to be very happy with the way that race worked out. You really had us on the edge of our seats, especially in that third stint. Tell us a little bit about the start of the race, because you came in, you put in a blistering lap in quali, but then Mike Jackson raised it a notch. Did you ever feel like you were on the ropes?
Yes, I have a good start, and I know my pace is good, and I can still make it in the race. My strategy was also good, and it was a very hard fight with Eric and with Mike. Very good drivers, and I am very lucky to win the home Grand Prix. And yes.
So you mentioned before about your strategy being on. I kind of want to press you on that a little bit, because we noticed early on you had a really long first pit stop. Was that just down to stopping early before the pit line, or like what? Because you were like 2 or 3 seconds off of like the rest of the front runners, like pit stop. What happened there?
My pit limiter, yeah.
Interesting, because you were having not only troubles with the pit limiter, but you also had problems in the second stint with misshifts.
Yes, and I had 2 times problems with my wheel. I have a disconnect, so Eric can overtake me, and yeah, one time in the first stint and another time in the second stint I have problems with my wheelbase, and in the pit I lost time.
So John, I think you mean Joseph, right? Joe Costa,
okay.
you're racing against.
Yeah, you can call
Sorry.
him Giuseppe. That's like the affectionate term that everybody calls him.
Okay.
Joe, yeah. So your battle with Joe was amazing. I think everybody, I enjoyed listening to it while I was driving, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed watching it.
Oh man, it was super awesome to watch out on track. A massive congratulations to you. Monster pace in the Lexus, which makes me happy because I'm a Lexus main. Kyle Ami's on the calendar next. How are you feeling for South Africa?
Very good. It's my favorite track. I know the Lexus is very strong, and yeah, I like the engine power. Today it's let's make it happen.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again for winning on home soil. Eric, anything you want to say to John before we call it?
I do want to say herzliche Glückwünsche. I think I said that almost correctly, but just add a little German for our German driver here. Congratulations. You did an awesome job, and we're looking forward to seeing you at the next race. I think it's going to be a very good battle between the 3 of you at least. Not to say that there aren't going to be some of our other competitive drivers coming into the play of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you also on my teammates. He make all the perfect job for me, and yeah, it's nice to drive with you, with so fair races here, and it's a lot of fun, and I am exciting of Kelami.
Fantastic.
John, is there anything you want to say in German for anyone who's watching in German?
Danke, Jungs. Ihr habt mir gut geholfen. Danke, Space. Ihr seid mein Antrieb.
Good deal, man. Good deal. Well, congratulations to the three of you. That was a really fun show to watch. Really looking forward to Kyalami, and good luck with the last round of the championship. And with that, Eric, I think it's time for us to call it here. Anything you'd like to say for the folks at home before we go?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, we will be continuing our GT3 and GT4 series on GT3s on Sundays, GT4s on Thursdays, which follow the 949 Sprint series, which are also on Thursdays at around 6 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
7 p.m. Close.
7 p.m. Eastern. And then we also have our iRacing fun races on Tuesdays. And then paired up with that, as we have started doing, we do have our detailed track walks by Ed Kerstetter and Danny Bazin on Tuesdays, which help us prepare for the Thursday races, and with Cardo Huesca, Coach Cardo, the legend himself, on we kind of pick between Fridays and Saturdays to prepare for our Sunday race. So if you're interested in kind of getting a little bit of a track walk and detailed information on some of the tracks, we do those. So anything from your guys' side that you want to promote?
I mean, just the 949 GT Sprint Series on Thursdays. And, of course, we've got the final round of Kyalami coming up. I'm looking really forward to that. So, yeah. That's basically it for us. The thing I wanted to say, Eric, do you want to find somebody? I've got somebody I'm going to message you. Do you want to go ahead and set up a raid? And
yeah, I could do that, of course.
And while we're getting that set up, folks, we've got the race action on track for you to follow along with while we get ready to close out here. We really appreciate you all taking the time to come hang out with us for round 3 of the Tracklicious 949 Winter Endurance Championship. We got round 4, Kyalami coming your way next month. If you're interested at all, be sure and check out the Tracklicious or 949 Discords and bookings on raceapp.eu. Should be a lot of fun, and we're going to close out this Winter Endurance Championship with a real banger of a race. Kyalami always delivers. We hope to see you all there, and thank you all again so much for hanging out. We really appreciate all the support across all the communities that have been involved, both North American and international. You guys have been great. Yeah, we'll see you guys at the next one. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, space for one another. I'm Welpcakes. Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope.
Sorry, Wel.
I'm
close it out.
Welpcakes. Eric, go ahead.
And I'm Eric Ghoukasian. Thank you, everyone. Vielen Dank an alle. And we will send it off to our next Twitch friend.
Fantastic. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. We'll catch you next time.